So Joe and I, we got kayaks for us and our son, and we'd go down to Mustang Island and go kayaking and everything. Oh yeah, that's what I was raised on. My dad's retired Navy, and my mother's family, they own all their own big fishing boats, and they go out to the North Atlantic and go fishing and everything. So.
And it didn't prevent slavery.
Uh-huh.
James Madison to write Bill of Rights, the first two.
The guy that had medical problems.
I'll take care of it. I just wanted to say that because sometimes I didn't know.
Sights up already.
Cameras on.
Yes. You're on camera, sir. The side view.
No. It's very, yes.
Clothes look like they're falling off too.
They are. It's only
That's my message.
15 seconds, Mayor.
Okay.
I think it's full moon. Seriously, it was the other night. It's awful. That's awful.
It's gonna be fine.
We'll do the executive session. Yes. I don't know who said it, sir. It wasn't me. I can tell you.
No, I know it's dropped.
Yeah, but people said they had your name over here. Did you go over here at one point? They had your name tag played over here, mine down here. And I was like, who did that? Oh, I know. They had
Well, that's cruising right along.
We're going to call this regular city council meeting to order at 5 p.m. Got it? And we're going to, we have a quorum here. Do you want me to do a roll call, make sure we have them all here, or wait till later?
I do have the row.
I can say all council members are present and myself, the mayor, and we're now going to recess to executive session
At what time?
at 5 o'clock.
All right, I'll pause this. Live stream will stay on. Sorry.
Did we read the executive session?
Do I need to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me.
Order do you want to go?
Excuse me.
Time out. Let me start that back.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I do this? Okay. The city council will convene in closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code for one or more of the following authorized reasons pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the following public officers or employees. City Administrator R. Scott Dixon, City Secretary Deborah Howe, Police Chief James Kohler. We're now in executive session. Now, what I propose, and it's up to the city council, what I propose, since by description and everything, everybody reports, even though the officers are responsibility of the city council, everybody reports to the city administrator. So I just assume do Scott in there and do the city secretary and do the chief of police.
Okay.
In that order, unless somebody has an objection.
Nope, that sounds good.
Me first.
We'd like to do you last.
Let's roll.
We can
Me? You can do me anytime.
You're gonna have to move.
Y'all do have food in there if you want to eat while you're doing
You
this.
can do me anytime. Very nice. Okay, come on.
Let me go in there and start your tape for you.
I don't think it's gonna
Oh, yeah, you're coming.
We're gonna buy you a different chair. We're gonna buy you a different bag. How's that? Because it's in the middle of this camera. It's the problem. I guess I'm going in there. All right. The live stream is still on, but the audio part.
chief of police.
I was gonna get a once over today. Didn't get a chance to see it.
Well, the only thing I actually need was on CPS, which is terminated, it's already terminated, so I just terminated.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that,
Right, I guess it's from public knowledge. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was just make sure, double check that the flow, any adjustments that are you doing this fun day? Last year, we had opened here in Castroville. Change anything. But yeah, that's, we gotta finish something. I didn't do the outer foundation and the road. Project. Yeah. Everybody's happening, I think. We switched around. I ended up stuff. Well, no, what it was, she always said that was like, people, and she, it's not really. So we got those people. Yeah, and then it's not, it's real easy for that one right can do that, replace it, I was trying to discuss that shit. We'll go through your bill, it's up to you next week. It should have. It was supposed to be six. Six. They're in the executive session for 5 and 6. Oh, I think that was you over there. Another shot crowd. They told me the council over that three, but one employee permit. Position. The people of the public work. It's so much you probably do. It's not very- We were always made by 300%. But one of the environment comes to your share. It's just not so.
but I left my water up there, so I gotta go get my water. Kind of dry.
Great. Someone put a bunch of papers in my spot.
I got my water. Sorry. I brought one thing back and I forgot the rest.
Oh, you're right.
Well, she. I borrowed it. From the sheriff. Well, I tried to tell the sheriff, you know, y'all don't want to help us old people.
All right.
After the meeting, did you bring my car?
You want? We've got to start this meeting back and
What
then I
is
can go
this?
get it. This right here, I think, are you talking about this right here?
Yeah,
Leroy handed those out.
wonderful.
I
Okay,
want to say some of it is some changes or some fixes, I think.
sure. Okay,
Okay, time out. Let me start this back. All right. Where are we at? You have to have your people here.
where's Houston?
He's in the bathroom and so is Bob.
Oh,
So we'll wait a second, huh?
We're too
we'll
quick.
wait just a minute.
We're too quick, Phil. I say 300 miles that way.
How much is this?
Where's Houston? 300 miles that way.
Oh,
Oh, huge.
Ha ha ha.
Did we have this information on both of that?
I was just talking to Bob.
Where'd he go? Out the other way?
He went that way to the bathroom.
Yeah, he brought his chair back and I just,
And
well,
he's
he went to get
Yeah,
coffee
because
because I was gonna get him coffee. I told him I'd get it.
You have a corner.
started.
I gotta go to the Bob bathroom.
Well, yes, sir. We'll give him about 2 minutes. Is he coming? Oh, man.
Can you go work on that good knock on his door?
Is he coming now?
He may be grabbing.
He's
some
coming.
coffee.
Okay. You ready to start this?
Oh, yeah.
he brings home.
I was gonna go get it for you.
Where am I at? We're going to reconvene the city council meeting at 6:07 PM. Okay? And let's do a roll call really quick.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Houston Marchman, District 2. Phil King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
And Robert Lee for District 5.
Mayor Bruce Alexander. Okay, let's all rise for a pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, we're going to call on Pastor Doug from Discover Church. Please give us an invocation.
Heavenly Father, we thank you. We praise you. We ask that you would just be with this council, with the mayor, that decisions they make are in the best interest of Castroville, Father God, that your will be done, Father. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move right into citizens' comments. City council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than individual council members or staff. Stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for testimony. In accordance with the State Open Meetings Act, the city council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken at a future meeting. Do we have any citizens' comments? Going. Any citizen comments? Hearing none, we'll close that part of the meeting. On this, item 8 is consider possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. We didn't get completed, so we kind of recessed that and will return following this meeting. Item number 9, the consent agenda, the minutes for August 12th, 2025, regular call meeting, and to approve a resolution declaring various furniture to be surplus property for disposal. I'll entertain a motion.
So I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Okay,
I'll second.
they have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, we're now going to move into item 10, which is a public hearing. Public hearing number 2 and presentation on the FY 25-26 budget. Scott, are you going to take care of this, or Leroy? Okay,
Time, please.
the time for the public hearing is 6:10 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilmen, council members and staff. Tonight, I'm going to go over the public hearing number 2, and so I'm going to go ahead and get started now. On the agenda, we're going to review the proposed revenues for fiscal year 2026 for general fund, as well as the enterprise fund and the airport fund as well. So the first one is the general fund revenues for fiscal year 2026. It's broken out by different categories. You got the sales taxes, property taxes, municipal court, parks and rec, and other revenue. The total proposed revenue before it transfers in is $4.9 million. When you add the transfers in, it comes out to right at $5.409025 for the proposed revenues for this coming proposed year. So this slide here just shows the general fund revenues in a different format. You got your fiscal year 2024 actual, followed by what's currently approved and adopted, and then by the proposed, which is the 5.409. This just shows the breakdown by just on a different chart, a pie chart by 2024 actuals, again by the 2025 approved and the 2026 proposed. And it's broken out by the percentages, how much is sales tax percentage, property taxes, and so forth. Again, still going over the general fund revenues. This slide, again, we're comparing 24, 25, and 26. 24 being the actual. This includes what was approved and, of course, what was proposed. And, of course, it also includes the transfers in. So what's in blue is the actual for 2024, and what's in orange is the approved, followed by what's in green is the proposed. So
I'll just make a comment real quick on the property taxes. For the proposed budget and the proposed revenues, we are assuming a rate, we're plugging in a 0.5233 rate. Obviously, tonight, y'all are going to talk about tax rates. You're going to talk about the tax rate that's necessary to support the budget. This budget is supported by the 0.5233 rate. As has been mentioned, there are opportunities to do other things in the budget. If you wanted to raise the property tax rate, you certainly could, and those you could determine how those funds would be spent. So we will get into that when we get into the tax rate portion of the discussion.
next slide, I'm going to go over the expenditures for the general fund. Again, this is broken out by your actuals, approved and proposed, and it's broken out by department. You got city council, city admin, in the various departments, and of course, what it's comparing, it's comparing your approved to the proposed, and then if that was an increase or decrease and what that percentage is. And so I can talk about each one of these, or if you want me to continue to go on to the next slide, I can.
Go on, if somebody has a question, just
Okay.
keep going.
This is
Keep
in mind, this is
This
the public
is,
hearing.
this is for the public hearing.
Got
This is presentations for the public, and then the public make comments, and then council will have its discussion.
So this next slide, so the total proposed expenditures, remember we talked about revenues at being at 5.4 million. The total proposed expenditures are the same at 5.40925. And that's, we have no transfers out. We do have transfers in on the revenue side, but no transfers out on the expenditure side. So in summary, you do have a balanced budget of you got revenues of 5.4 as well as expenditures of 5.4, having a balanced budget without any transfers out. Major changes to the proposed budget. The biggest, obviously, is salaries. There was a 3% increase for cost of living for all employees, and you can compare what was approved versus what's proposed. And it's broken out by supplies, contracted services, technology, and so forth. All right, next we're going to go over the enterprise fund revenues. So here, this is broken out a little differently. It's broken out by the utility sales, followed by utility services, as well as other revenue. And so the proposed for the fiscal year 2026 is $9.3 million. And this includes the use of fund balance of about $500,000 to balance that budget. On the
I have a question.
Sure. Yes,
about
sir.
that slide. If that's
Well, this is all, again,
This is
so are we
this
gonna
is for
flip through
public
the whole-
hearing.
are we gonna
The
flip
mayor
the whole
made
thing
it clear.
in there?
Y'all have another.
Right, I just wanted to look at the slide.
Yeah, what we want to do here is go through this presentation for the public hearing, and then we'll go back through whatever we need to. Please mark your notes
Sure.
when the council has a discussion. So we want to get through the public hearing portion first.
Okay.
Then we'll have a council discussion.
Okay.
If y'all would please do that.
Okay, so the next slide are the proposed expenditures for the enterprise fund. So here we have, it's broken out by department, and just keep in mind, we moved the utility admin over to the various departments within the enterprise fund. So that's why on the proposed 2026, you don't see an amount there because it's now embedded into the various departments within the enterprise fund. This slide here just is a 5-year historical of the enterprise fund, and this one includes obviously the administration because we had an admin budget prior to 2020, but we're just showing like the past 5 years. And so again, you're not going to see it in 2026 a budget for the admin budget. These are the transfers out, and so we have our right of way, and then of course our franchise fees. And then the fund summary, you got your revenues and your expenditures. And so you got your revenues of 9.3 million. And of course, your expenditures are the same amount of 9.3, having a balanced budget. And again, we use the use of fund balance on the revenue side to balance that budget. Next is the airport fund. So we have our proposed revenues comparing 24, 25, and 26. For fiscal year 2026, we're proposing $819,631,000 for the proposed revenues. And it's broken out by facility rentals, fuel sales, and other revenue. Next slide is the proposed expenditures. We broke it out by, of course, our operating expenditures, but within that, you have your fuel sales of $300,000 on the proposed 2026. And then, of course, you have your debt service payment for bond series 2021. That's about $44,000. And of course, they have that transferred out of $6,000 that goes into the general fund. And so their total proposed budget for 2026 is $778,000. So they're going to actually have a net position, a positive, of about $41,000. They're going to bring in more revenue than what they're anticipating for expenditures. So, and that concludes the public hearing.
For your presentation.
You're going to leave your presentation for the public hearing. Okay? We're open to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment on the proposed? I'm talking about the budget, am I correct? On public hearing number 2 and presentation on fiscal year 25-26 budget is public hearing. Does anyone make comment? No? Well, then we'll close the public hearing. We're going to close the public hearing on the budget at 6:18 p.m. Thank you, Leroy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me get my my ducks in a row here, so I'm working on this. We're gonna move forward to item 11, City Council Liaison Reports. Let's start with the airport, September 2nd. Ms. Martinez.
All right, we had a meeting. The new sign that they're going to have an electronic message sign should be in place next week. Drainage study, the company asked for another week to complete their study. Fuel sales remained steady. In regards to, there was a question about how the terminal is set up for where the office is for the airport manager versus being used as for pilots to rest. And there was no complaints about the current setup of the terminal, so no actions are going to be done on that for right now. They talked to Ryan Elder, who is out at the Hondo Airport, and regarding the ADSB alt equipment. And this is basically the equipment that captures how much air traffic is truly coming in and out of the airport. They found that Tower is the only one that captures complete information. And this says that the cost for that a year is $6,000, and we will only have to pay $600 thanks to ramp grant that we have. So we'll be paying only $600 instead of $6,000. Let's see here. Next one. Then taxiway requirements near Brad Lauderdale's area. They are going to get with Ben Breck, who is the TxDOT airport planner, to see what it would take to fix the taxiway near Brad Lauderdale's area, because right now it's just a gravel, and they were looking at getting it paved. That way other airplanes can use it. And then TxDOT, Ben Breck at TxDOT said that he could do all the determination, the plans, what have you, to say what it would take to handle a 40,000 PSI, because they said if they're going to do it, might as well do it right. That way any airplane can use the taxiway. So that is going to be their big project for the 9010 grant for 2026 that they want to push for. Let's see here. Airport courtesy cars, status of the cars. There's only one functioning right now. And we talked about this at the budget meeting last week about different options of what we're going to look at as far as available vehicles to get them back up to at least two. There is an opening for a line technician position full-time that closed out on the 3rd of September. Mike briefed that the goal is to hire a person ASAP, so they are starting the interview process now. The Airport Advisory Board voted they are switching their meeting days from the first Monday of the month to the first Tuesday of the month at 5 o'clock. And they gave an update that the Randolph Memorandum of Agreement that is being worked for this area is under a new comment period, and that would allow basically for training flights and everything to have an open corridor up and down using VFR along Highway 90 and west of Hondo. But this is just a comment period to see what local airports, how they feel about it. And that's it.
I want to ask a question. Would it be, this is for you, Deborah or Scott, without getting in a long conversation, would it be appropriate to ask a question about that report? I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
It's noticed for the report.
Okay, I just want to ask a couple of questions. The sign, digital sign, is that out front, and was that budgeted?
I don't know if it was budgeted, but I know it's out front.
Okay, do you know what the cost of that is?
No, that was not, that wasn't given to
I
us.
can check and see where he's pulling that from, but
Yeah,
facility
that
is-
wasn't,
I just wanted to ask that because
Oh, yeah.
I know they're not cheap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second one, the next one I want to ask, in changing a meeting date,
Mhm.
did they coordinate that with you, Deborah, so you make sure there's no conflicts with other meetings at that time? Even though they may do them at the airport, the
Right.
goal is to get them all here. So did they check with you before they just changed one to make sure that's compatible with everything else?
Mike mentioned that
Yeah.
Brianna, they checked with everything to make sure the first Tuesday of the month there was no conflict.
Okay.
That way, when they eventually move
Yes,
over
ma'am.
here. So yes, they did do all that.
I just wanted to make
Oh,
sure.
yes, sir. Oh,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And the last question I have about hiring the tech, Scott, who's doing the hiring of that position?
Ultimately, we'll probably put a group together with Leroy, me, and Michael to interview the candidates.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask that.
In the past, we had the airport manager and Pete.
Yeah, right.
They'll kind of do a preliminary.
No, I understand
through,
that. I
yeah.
just wanted to ask that. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else on the airport? Not, okay, we'll move on to the library, the August 8th
I do
meeting.
have an answer.
Excuse me?
Sorry, Michael's listening to us right now. He said $12,000 for the sign, and it's already submitted to Ramp Grant.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure how it was being paid.
Yep.
Thank you, because
Yep.
I'm sure that question would come up.
Yep.
Councilman Lee, would you like to talk about the library, please?
For the rest of the evening, if I have a chance. Anyway, like I've told you before, I've been very impressed with the library board and the quality of folks that are on there. And they've been working now on the new strategic plan, their mission statement, vision statement for the future, and they're hitting that hot and heavy. The library itself, which is reported on during the meeting, during the summer camps, they had like 1,291 folks came to those over an 8-week period. And it's just overwhelming the amount of people that come to the different programs. They're just full up with activities. If you look at the sheets put out by the library, there's like 5 pages of things that they're involved in and working with great vigor. A lot of them for old people like me, retirees, Medicare, exercise programs, cooking, reading things, stuff with the education offices, and on and on and on. And they continue to exceed every expectation, I believe. They're looking at a 5-year plan and beyond, trying to put together a questionnaire about what the community sees they would like to have within the library in the future. And of course, in her report is all the totals, books checked out, and all those rest of the kind of things. But I think the library is doing quite well. Miss Farley is definitely a blessing, and the board is very enthusiastic. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Lee. If there's not any questions, let's move on to planning and zoning, the August 13th meeting. Councilman Marchman?
Yes, sir. So this is the meeting from 8/13/25. Some of this is
Yes, sir.
old news, but there were no citizens' comments. Jim Welch was really the chair, so Garrett secretary, and it's approved without conjecture. Item number 5A, Country Village Phase 2 preliminary plat. It was approved. Note 19.4 acre feet of water traded fee in lieu of park. Happened in that
I'm sorry, one more time?
19.4 acre feet of water was traded fee in lieu of parking. Yeah, they traded it. Or want to trade it.
Okay, okay.
Excuse me.
Okay,
All lots meet 12,000 square feet. Edwards Well is located on lot 58, which is the one you were looking at.
yes, sir.
5C, development agreement policy discussion. If developer wants PID, do you need and the question was, if a developer wants a PID, do you need a developer agreement or just a PID? Elements need to be preserved from UDO. Another question. Scott Dixon said developer agreement is a stopgap measure. Correct me if I missed.
The policy, not the. Yeah.
Purpose is to communicate city's developers' needs. Jim Welch stated DAP developer agreement, not necessarily, but a popular agreement process for mutual benefit, stated that a 5 to 6 point list is a good starting point. Need to streamline the document. There's a need there. Brian also stated that less is more. Start with basics to guide discussion, P and Z, what they think should be in the guidelines, etc. And they want to do a workshop.
And they've scheduled a date for that, right?
Yeah, they did, but this is my notes from them.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, they have scheduled.
I think it's September the 24th.
Yeah.
I think.
And the idea is that to be a joint workshop. So Mayor, you need to pass on, if you haven't already, you need to sign off on whether that date works for you and then see if the council
I
can do
I
it.
don't know.
Well,
But, we'll talk about that at the new agenda. Is there anything else, sir?
Yeah, just a couple. We
I
already
didn't see
saw,
anything on that.
but amending the developer agreement for Flat Creek to increase the cap on the PID above 20 million to 25 million. And the other one was for Heights of Castroville approved up to 6 million, which my understanding we had already taken, we've taken that to the attorney to see if that, because it exceeds the tax rate to 305. And
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, couple comments to add to this. And you're gonna, both you and Mr. Dixon will say otherwise if I'm wrong. But I was at that meeting and I understood Brianna to tell the P and Z when we're talking about proposing changes to the CZO and subdivision ordinance, that her recommendation was to concentrate on the sign ordinance first and then work on the other stuff. I believe that
That's
was,
what I understood.
I believe that's what the statement she made, that we need.
I don't recall, but
Well,
if y'all both remember that, I believe.
I believe that was it.
I believe I've heard a similar comment secondhand.
Yeah, that we would work on the signs, concentrate first, because, so we can work on it. I know, y'all met and came through some things, and that's fine. I just didn't want to lose.
No, that's
Part of
correct.
that.
And we have a meeting, Brianna set the meeting
Uh,
on the 24th.
That's the one we're looking on the schedule, so I'll have to look up.
Well, I'm going to double
Yeah.
check and see if it's supposed to be joint. I might have misspoken. I apologize.
Okay,
I know she asked to see if the meeting date was available,
okay.
but I don't know, I didn't see it where it was gonna be a joint meeting.
Okay.
I'm not
The,
sure.
the other thing, even though, you're right at the PIDs, the amendments to the PIDs, the P and Z recommended the approvals. They went to the city council and we're still waiting, or I'm still waiting for, response from the city attorney before those will be any action
Right.
moving forward on those. I just wanted to let that know. I just wanted to add to my understanding from Brianna what was going to be prioritized. And you're right, they were interested in streamlining a policy for development agreements. So go from there.
A
Thank you.
question related to that. I thought
Yes.
we were told at the council meeting that our attorney had already reviewed the bids and approved them. But now you're saying that we're still waiting for them to review them.
No, actually, the city council action, and it was your motion, was to authorize the mayor to sign them after he talked to the attorney and his concerns were addressed.
Correct.
I'm waiting for those concerns to be
I
addressed.
have an update for you.
Okay,
Only
So
taxes.
I spoke with Dan today. Do you
I'll
already know
talk to him
this?
on Friday.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. But
He wanted to get, he talked to his partner and he said, really, this is not our area of expertise. And we feel like we would be misrepresenting ourselves if we offered an opinion on that, even though we believe we know the answer. And the answer is pretty much what you've already heard, which is that it won't affect or impact the city's ability to raise taxes. But he requested that I reach out to our bond counsel. So I'm going to get an attorney with the bond counsel firm to provide a letter to you, Mayor, and I haven't done that yet. He and I talked about that yesterday
Okay.
afternoon. So,
I'm sure I'll talk to him more on Friday,
Sounds good.
so we can move forward on that. Anything else on P and Z?
No,
No? Okay. Historic Landmark Commission, August 19th. Councilman King.
They met, they reviewed 4 issues, or four items. 3 of them had to do with certificate of appropriateness, and they approved all 3 of them. And the addresses are written there in our agenda. And the other one is they talked about the appropriateness for the September Square Memorial that has gone. They reached, the people who proposed that have reached out and asked the Legion Hall because of the their awareness of September Square as a memorial park. The LHC approved the plan, and it's going to come before City Council here in the future when it's put on the agenda item for us to approve it, discuss it, and maybe approve it.
This is more something that I was at a DRT event Saturday, and I was approached by someone that actually wants to put a name on the bricks on the square, but can't find anybody that would even talk to him about doing it. So I didn't know if that falls under HLC or
I can-
just a city council thing or
That was
whatever.
discussed at the Parks and Rec.
Let's just pull a brick out,
My-
etch a name and put it back. So
Well-
I didn't know.
Well, no,
I didn't know.
it wasn't.
Priscilla Garrett
Yeah.
is over that.
Garrett's one to talk.
Okay, okay. I just wanted
She's
to,
trying to find someone else to take it over because at some point, but she is,
because they referred to the garden club, which is no longer.
it's her.
That's
It's her. She goes
She's
out
the
there and digs it up,
Right.
puts them in. So, I mean, she
Right.
manually does it.
I just wanted to point it in the right direction.
Yeah, talk to them.
What did they just say at the Parks and Rec?
Are you done with your report?
Yeah.
Well, okay, if you're
Oh,
done with that,
next one.
the
Okay.
next one is, thank you, Councilman King. Let's move to the Parks and Recreation, August 14th. Councilman Mers.
All right, so the Parks and Rec Board met at their regularly scheduled time on August 14th, or not, it was special, sorry, special called meeting on Thursday, August 14th month. I informed them of the mayor and council's interest in having them review the parks rules and park fees. They heard a presentation on a potential improved entranceway to September Square, and they approved of it. It's the same one that came before the HLC. At that time, Priscilla Garrett talked to them, asking if the Parks Board would like to take over the administration of the bricks,
Okay,
or the Parks Department would like to take over administration of the bricks in September Square, because the city does do similar memorial dedications
Right.
elsewhere in the city.
you can pull up those bricks, put your names on them for a fee. And put
Yeah,
them in
and
there,
the city
whatever. Yes.
administrates that, like in the regional park, we have the trees that
Yes,
are
sir.
dedicated to people.
Okay.
But that was not on the agenda, so they didn't really discuss it much. They did discuss the Lions Park splash pad. They are open to Mr. Lee's suggestion of putting a shade structure on the pad, depending on what discussion or what results come out of warranty discussions
Mhm.
in the future. They extensively discussed pool heating, or at least that's what I have the most notes from. They produced historical quotes, estimates by Devin about how much it cost to heat the pool in the past, how much they thought it would cost, how much different covers would cost.
Mhm.
Some members believe that the most appropriate and effective options include either purchasing additional pool covers, so we don't have covers for the entire pool right now, or they're hard to get on and off, and possibly changing the target temperature to be a little lower, which would be more ideal for fitness or for people who are in the water and swimming, for like practicing for competition. No action was taken on the pool heating at the time, and they discussed a non-binding agreement with the Wildlife Habitat Foundation to develop a conservation management plan for the regional park, and they made a recommendation that council enter such an agreement. I think that might have already come before us on consent agenda last time. The Friends of the Regional Park are currently planning their Boo Bash, which will likely not include a trunk or treat per se this year. They're looking at a slightly different option. And the community center is coming along rapidly.
Any more on the trunk or treat? Like, that's kind of the tradition.
Yeah, so I think what she was saying was they were going to be trying to run the event a little differently, and that it was still in what exactly that's going to look like was still in progress. If you want, I can.
No, I just, it's fun.
It's definitely going to happen.
I
We'll
think-
just have to,
I think
we may have to do some safety.
I think she was thinking more of along the lines of like having tables set up instead of literally out of the back of vehicles.
When is the next regularly scheduled park board meeting?
That will be, that's ordinarily the third Wednesday.
They're looking at having a special call though.
I was going to say, there's a development on the trails that they need to have a discussion with.
Well,
Yes, I saw that one.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It may be, and I don't know where my calendar is. It may end up being on a Monday. Jonah talked to me because they were trying to figure out when they could have it. The date they want to, I believe we have court because we have
Okay.
court to. And so I'm trying to think what we talked about today.
Their regularly scheduled would be next Wednesday.
Exactly. And so they had someone not going to be able to be there. And so he was going to go back and talk to the chair.
Okay.
And because I would have to post tomorrow.
I know there's a
And
recent
so-
development in their trail issues
Right.
that they need to discuss and come back with a recommendation to council on how to address that.
Are we talking about the BMA?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
I know there's been some back and forth on that. And so, yeah.
Well, I don't want to get into the details. I'm just saying,
Just saying they need to be.
I'm just asking, there's an issue of concern.
And so I think they were going to meet anyway for something else.
Okay,
But
thank you.
I don't know when they're going to have it.
Thank you.
Y'all will get an agenda.
And that's all.
Council, did you have a question concerning the park?
I'd like to reopen one thing on the library, if I might, that you all need to know.
Yes, sir, please.
There was much discussion about background checks for parent or adult volunteers at activities with children at the library.
Yes.
And Dr. Ramirez is an expert on child trafficking. And I know quite a number of organizations, some of which I'm a member of. If you have any exposure whatsoever to a person under X years of age, you have to get a background check and so forth to make sure all is good.
Yes.
The point came up that a child could come to the library, interact with someone there, an adult, and the child would assume that that person's okay. And if they saw them somewhere else, they figured they're okay. And so I don't know if that's been resolved yet about
Well, I would
parent volunteers at the library for programs or
Right.
other volunteers, but that is something that they're trying to make sure we do correctly and safely.
I would ask Scott to look into that and see if it's
Probably
something
is.
we need to do.
And the recommendation was, as I recall, to the library director to reach out to her association, because we are not the first library to have that issue. So
Right,
we are
right.
looking into it.
No, okay, thank you.
I just want you to be aware of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody for your reports. Appreciate it. A lot of good information. Let's move on to item 12, which is discussion and action items. Item A is discussion and possible action on the proposed gas utility rate adjustment options. Mr. Dixon,
Yes.
did you want to take that or do you want to?
Well, we have a representative from Synergy, formerly Schneider, Ramsey Kripe. Am I saying your last name correctly? Okay.
Sure.
And they've got a presentation that we're going to talk about. And this is probably something we're going to spend a little bit of time on, Mayor.
That's fine.
It's a pretty brief presentation. I think it's only 5 or 6 slides. If there was one in your packet, don't look at it. Yeah, I was going to say, because I don't remember if there's one in there or
It's
not.
the new handout that was
Yeah, there should be a
provided
new
everybody.
handout.
Okay.
Just before you start your presentation, I've always known you as Schneider. What happened?
So it goes back to, it gets in, we'll get into the company history a little bit. So I guess almost 4 years ago, the company was founded by O.W. Schneider as a distribution engineering consulting firm. Over time, number of services were added, and up until recently, the site that I work for, the business services financial consulting, energy consulting side, was the newest addition. We've since added a survey group and power generation. So we no longer can claim that newest division of the company. When OW retired, there was a desire by the leadership group to recognize the broader perspective.
Kind of rebrand.
Of the broader perspective of services offered. And so hence Synergy. Okay, wasn't picking up. Hence Synergy. So you get the SE from Schneider Engineering there.
Same company, just
Same
changing name.
company, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see at the very bottom, it still says powered by Schneider Engineering. It's really just a DBA.
Okay.
Rather than any other significant change. And
Sounds good.
we got away from maroon since that has issues with a good chunk of the state. Ironically, OW was a Longhorn, but he picked maroon as the colors of the company.
Good choice.
So, or is a Longhorn. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, a little bit more neutral color palette.
Well, I always perceived it as a rebranding, basically.
Yeah,
So
it's a rebrand. at its core.
You can tell your marketing folks it worked.
So,
Sounds good. Same good.
but if
Okay.
you were to refer to us as Schneider, I think everybody who's worked at the company for years will still refer to it as Schneider, and we are flexible.
When did he retire from the company?
OW,
Yeah.
he retired probably about 5 years ago, maybe.
He's still raising cattle.
He's still raising cattle. He still has an office in the building that he rents, but
What kind of cattle does he run?
that is getting outside of my area
Brimers.
of expertise.
Brimers.
Promise?
Right.
Let's bring this back in.
Yep, let's
to-
start.
To the gas.
Any other questions? Deborah is more than qualified to answer. So,
Okay.
gas.
Not much.
So, gas rate study. There are a number of things here going into into where we are today. The first of these is the termination of the CPS operating agreement due to the significant increase of costs. The other, and with that, is the city taking on the operation and taking over and assuming operation of the gas system. With that, there are some significant budgetary pressures because functionally, even though you've had this gas system for a long time, you are ramping up staff. You are hiring new staff, hiring new trucks, building out a warehouse to have the parts and availability to make repairs, operate the system on your own independently, and not rely on your neighbors next door to be able to do that. With that, though, comes significant capital investment. So, we just went through the budget workshop, very nice budget workshop. And that forecasted gas budget for fiscal year 26 is $1.13 million, which is significantly higher than where it has been historically. And lots of that has to do with that CPS operations agreement. Part of that CPS operations agreement and why it was so low has to do with when it was originally signed and how long it's been in effect, and the fact that it was relatively insulated from a number of inflationary pressures. So we're getting a couple of things that are going on. So that we need to make sure that we're addressing, recovering appropriately from a revenue perspective, and ensuring the long-term financial health of the
So,
uh,
city.
having said what you just said, would you agree or disagree with the fact that for 17 years, the city contracted to service out, or for 15 years, the city contracted to service out, and the contracted price more than likely did not represent the true cost of operations. And the city, because of that, had no reason to raise the rates because the margins were pretty good. And then as the cost increased, especially with us now taking it over, we've just been hit blindsided with expense that we didn't anticipate. And now we have to adjust the rate to catch up with something that may or may not have been required over the past 15 years.
I would assert that the city had a very favorable contract that mitigated the needs for
Right.
that insulated it from many of the market pressures.
I'm just making it, I'm saying the same thing in a layman's term, that the fact that the city had a favorable agreement, okay, didn't properly reflect the actual cost of operations. So we didn't keep up with the rate because we didn't need to. And now all of a sudden we have it and we're ready with this expense that we have to cover.
Right, yeah.
That's the short answer.
The city was recovering the costs it was incurring, but those costs, yes.
It wasn't properly reflected.
Well, we were making
accurately
$400,000,
okay.
clearing $450,000 a year. So I know where you're coming from, and I've talked about this. Like, we had a good deal, and we didn't realize how good. We had an idea of how good the deal was, but we didn't realize how good it was.
Right
now, but
it's okay. I mean, I'm just wanting to get to where we're at, and I understand the rates. I got it because I can go back 20 years ago. The gas was not a very profitable utility. It really wasn't, but now it's really hit us hard.
Mayor, if I might, you're really talking about the contracted services and installation and so forth, not the price of gas itself.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
The cost of operations, because the cost of the actual product that we have to buy, we have to buy that no matter what.
And it's
Just
just
a
a
pass.
and it's got nothing to do with CPS at the time. I don't.
No, sir, it has nothing to do with that.
Right.
That's a supply contract.
Yes.
This is all about the cost of operating the system, maintaining and operating.
And Mr. Lee, you're bringing up a very good point. Today, we're only focusing on the base rates. We're not talking about the entirety of the bill, which is inclusive of the gas
Right.
pass-through.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
No.
just wanted to clarify that for some folks that may not understand why we have to consider what we're fixing to consider.
No, very good points of clarification, and covered the second bullet actually quite well. So,
Okay.
So where we are today, we have each of these individual. These are the rates that you're charging, base rates to your customers. Overall, this is relatively standard gas rate structures. Nothing too astounding here. Nothing too surprising. Where it's important is that we're going to be, as we look at how these adjust and how we look at the revenue requirements based on the budgetary pressures. These are going to change pretty substantially. Looking at the next slide, these are just looking at residential inside. We have, and the reason for that is we have a couple different rate options for you to take a look at and to consider. One is to look at maintaining the current customer charge, the $16 per month that all customers pay regardless of whether they use any natural gas or not. That's just there for the meter. It covers overhead expenses, recovers the depreciation on the meter or some other things like that.
I'm going to pause you real quick. The reason that these are being recommended, or not recommended, the reason these are being offered to you in the way they are is based on the feedback that we heard from council. There was desire, and I specifically recall David stating that he would like to see at least one option where the base rate stays the same. So that's what we did. We left the base with you. You're going to see it as basically one option where the base rate stays the same, and then we have a progressive increase on the rate. And then there's another option where the base rate changes, and you could obviously apply the same changes to the rate. You could either do it all at once or do it in increments as is shown here. But that's why you're getting two different
And our base rate right now is
$16.
16.
residential is 16.
Correct.
Residential inside 16.
And the proposal is to keep that flat.
Well,
Well, it's not a proposal. It's just these are options. Our recommendation, if you ask staff for a recommendation, our recommendation would be to increase the base rate because your operation costs are increasing.
Okay.
And we would recommend a 50% increase in your base, 50% increase.
To go to
You heard me
24?
correctly.
To go to
Yeah.
24?
To go from 16 to 24, that would be your base charge. And then you won't have to go up quite as much as on the rate because you'll be recovering the lion's share of your operational costs in your customer charge.
But, question.
Yep.
That customer charge, that's to everybody, not just gas users.
No, it's only to gas
Only to
users.
gas users.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yep.
Each utility has their own individual rate structure. We're only talking natural gas.
Okay.
So they have the $24 charge and then in addition to what they use.
Yes.
Well,
So it'd
And
be
I'm
two
not saying
separate
this
lines?
is something you like or
Well,
you may agree
no,
with.
it's
But
like two separate lines on the utility bill.
but
yes, and that's the way it is right now.
Okay.
Well, no, that's not true.
no,
I'm sorry.
there's a third factor,
There's
which is your supply.
yeah. So actually, the way it is on your bill, just so you know, and we could change the bill.
I have gas.
So if you want to change how we illustrate this to our customers, we certainly can. That's within our discretion. But right now, the way it is, you have an ordinance that says here's what the charges are, and then when you get your gas bill, say you use 1,000, it'll have that base charge and your usage charge, and it's all one fee, and it's one line item. So your line item is both of them together, and then below that we do the gas cost recovery. Fact.
Y'all call it a fuel adjustment, but
Fuel
there's no
adjustment.
such thing in the gas world.
Right.
It's
Our
a
bill
term
says that's
it's a
right.
term we use for what it costs us to sell you the gas.
That's right. And it's basically, it's the West Texas, that changes the reason that's not built in is because that's a separate calculation and we have to calculate it every single month based on the Houston ship channel.
Yep. Okay.
Sir.
I know the industry's changing, and I guess I'm asking you, the newer houses, the HVAC people are recommending that we get away from gas furnaces. The biggest user in the house, I'm assuming, is the HVAC system, the gas furnaces, because you have the gas hot water heater and you have the gas stove. But is that true? I've always assumed
I'm going to say it depends. What we're seeing is issues now with gas systems are maintaining gas pressures for those instantaneous water heaters.
right.
And those have if you have a high concentration, especially on the end of the line,
Right.
Those can drop the gas pressures and require significant infrastructure upgrades.
Well, I guess what I was talking about as far as in the individual home, because I had a very good friend who was a mechanical engineer, Jim Rodriguez, and when we were building our house 10 years ago, he said, cheapest thing you could do on hot water heaters is don't get these demand ones, just go and put a really high insulated tank heater in. So we did that, but we put a gas furnace in our house and then a gas stove because the oven's electric. So I figured that was kind of standard. But on all the new structures that I've been involved in, the HVAC people are telling us because of quote unquote what's happening in California, and they've screwed up the whole deal with the HVAC gas things, that it's just really messed it up. And they were recommending, several of them, that we put in our new furnaces as electric, because I always thought electric were very not real energy efficient. But that's gotten more efficient, and gas has gotten to be a bigger headache.
It ebbs and flows over time. It has to do with the cost of gas. It has to do with the technology in each respective within each respective technology. I didn't want to use technology twice, but it's an easy way to, yeah.
But even a lot of new development, while you may do an all electric house, you want that gas because you want that log lighter.
Right. You want the log lighter.
You want that gas fire.
The gas stove is generally considered higher end.
So with this in mind, do you all see this as a trend? And if that were to happen and continue as a trend, would that change the numbers here? Because it seems like we're not going to have as much usage then, and everything has to kind of be held by that customer charge.
So we are very conservative with the estimates in our financial forecasts. We're not saying you're going to have a 10% year over year customer growth and a corresponding 15% year over year, gas sales. It's really conservative, looking at 0.5% maybe on a year over year growth basis, to make sure that we're not, or in some cases we've actually applied zero growth, to make sure that we want to make sure that you're using realistic numbers, and that we'd much rather have you be in a surplus position than having you call us or yelling at us because we put an aggressive forecast down and then the revenues that we were forecasting didn't materialize.
Well, it's important also, Phil, a lot of this cost of operating a gas system is not dependent on selling any gas. It's the most highly regulated utility we have, as far as Railroad Commission and U.S. Department of Transportation, pipeline safety, all of those things with that. So there's a lot of regulatory costs in maintaining and operating a system, other than selling the gas, just having the pipelines.
For what it's worth, Phil, the residential home builders, the ones, not talking about custom homes. Most of the ones I think you've been involved with are custom homes, but the big builders are all still putting in gas furnaces. We're in the states where they're allowed, if they're not, or states and cities where they're allowed to, they're still putting in gas furnaces and electric air conditioners.
He knows.
And that's what's going to drive the majority of the consumption, is if your builders are doing it.
Councilman Lee, did you have a question?
Yeah, responding to Councilman King, when we were discussing this before, I did some research on that, and there has not been a decrease in gas availability to homes nationwide. It's over 50%. And there is a lot of concern about all the data centers putting in and all the increases in substations, transmission lines, everything else that cost has to be passed on to somebody. And that usually the gas is not affected by natural disasters to the same tune that electricity is. And so a lot of people see it as a reliable backup in a bad situation. But I have water heater, dryer, fireplace, stovetop, all gas. And when we were without power for about 3 or 4 or 5 days during the freeze, I was good. So,
The gas didn't go out.
but I think we need to definitely stick with the helping the gas system.
Did you go on?
Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry. Please go on. Please carry on.
So, with that in mind, we developed several different options for consideration and discussion. Most of those are centered around maintaining that $16 a month customer charge. We have, so the way we want to look at this table, this top row, these are the current rates currently in effect for residential inside. This is only for residential inside. It gets really busy if we have more than that. So but you can expect a similar percentage increase on the variable portion of the rates for the other rate classes. So this top row, the current rates. This next block of 3 rows would be the option 1, which would be a incremental increase on a year-over-year basis. Basically looking at easing that transition in, which would require a drawdown of fund balances to be able to support that.
So let me ask you a question. You option 1, year 2, year 3, but you're still showing the same customer charge. So the customer charge,
You're not, would be held.
You're not asking for or you're not suggesting.
It's not designed around a customer charging.
Okay,
Option
it's all around usage.
It's only around the usage and putting that in over time.
And that, again, that's what I was trying to point out. That's in direct response to the desire that we heard, at least from David, to want to see that. And I couldn't remember if someone else on council also wanted to see that.
I'm going to make a comment really quick on that. And obviously I'm just making mine. 2.7%. Remember that number, 2.7%. Okay. That's projected COLA for Social Security.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
So when you turn around and say you're going to increase a utility by 50%,
yeah,
I'm going to say, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Time out.
I don't like it.
So I understand increases, but I'm a proponent of incremental versus just shell shock.
But yeah. Which is also why we have an incremental approach and leaving it flat, leaving it at 16 with an incremental approach. But the incremental is still.
It's still a hit. I understand. It's still a hit. But people have the ability to control usage.
Mm-hmm. And I think that was David's comment.
To a degree. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
No, these are all fair comments, so I'm more than happy to let you discuss. So the second scenario would be that one-time hit, which you'll see that is equal to the values in year 3. So by year 3, we'd be getting to the same point. You're just collecting that all up front.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify because you said it, but I don't know if council heard it, which is option 1, which has that incremental increase, Mayor. That means that you are saying we're going to adopt enterprise budgets that are going to rely on spending down the fund balance to balance those budgets, unless we can find cuts in other places, become more efficient, which I know is another thing that you're wanting to do.
Well, but also if you could set this up where, like you said, 1, 2, 3, you can say, okay, over a here's the end game.
Sure.
Over a 5-year period, we're going to increase X each year. So it's a step through.
And that's the idea. Yeah.
Okay.
But understand, that's what I'm saying. If you do that,
I
our
understand.
costs are still our costs. We're
You're
projecting
still looking for ways to
1.2
make up the
million.
shortages each year as you can go through.
Yeah. So as the rate adjusts, we'll get more revenue, but we're going to make up the difference for the gas because we really want each utility to be self-sufficient.
I understand.
But we're going to make up the loss in the gas system with the fund balance.
The
from
gas utility, in essence, becomes subsidized till you get to the level. where-
Correct. Now, I do also want to state
Got it.
that because we're going to be looking at budgets tonight, and I've said this before, like 3 years ago, council adopted an enterprise budget that estimated a use of fund balances like $900,000, and all of that, Mayor, was done so we didn't have to raise rates. Because I'm right there with you. I don't like our rates. I would much rather be in this another scenario, and that's why I wanted to sell the system. I think I thought that was
I
a
understand.
viable thing for some reasons,
I understand.
right? For others, maybe not so much. But anyway, so this last year, so that was 900,000. We actually ended up using far less than that. We did tap into fund balance, but I know it was in the range of 300,000, I think, for that year. Then the next year, the year we're in right now, our budget anticipated using about 350,000 of enterprise fund balance, but we're projecting not using any. And so that's what I'm letting you know. I mean, we conservatively estimate our expenditures and revenues, as I've stated before.
Sure.
We're telling you that we may need to use $550,000 or so of enterprise fund balance to balance the budget if you don't make any gas rate changes at all. But the fact of the matter is, we'll see at the end of the year how much of that 550 we'll end up using. I unfortunately haven't developed the crystal ball just yet, but we know that from past experience, we haven't used anywhere near what we forecasted, right?
And that 550 is for next year or this year?
It's for next year, for 26. This year's like 350, and we're thinking we're not going to use any. So I just want to put that in perspective because y'all are making a policy decision about a rate change, and I don't want you to leave here thinking, well, we got to make this change because we're going to lose a bunch of money. Well, maybe, but I mean, right now, the red line is $550,000 you're trying to make up.
Got it.
And most of that is attributable to the gas system. It's not any of the other utilities.
Got it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mayor,
Sir. Yes, sir.
is there more presentation or do you want to
Oh,
entertain questions?
I was going to ask you. You have more to present?
The slide deck is largely finished.
Because we could go on all night.
The key, there are a couple of key things that
Sure.
just wrap up.
Sure.
As Scott mentioned, you already know kind of what the baseline is. Any rate adjustments are going to help mitigate that baseline and the drawdown of fund balance. The other thing to keep in mind is that these are just for consideration as you discuss and evaluate, and pass that back to Scott and John and Leroy, and they pass that feedback to us. We can I wouldn't recommend a million iterations, but making a million iterations is definitely feasible to fine tune something because ultimately these are your rates. You're the ones that have to live with the citizens or pay even the gas bill. I get to go home and not have to worry about it. So whatever we design and whatever you look to implement ultimately need to fit what's best for Castroville in your decision-making authority as a council.
One more question from me before I open it up is, did you only look at gas or did you look at any other utility?
We've only looked at gas for this particular.
This go round. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair
We've
point.
done comprehensive for, I think it was 22 or 23.
I'm
like
very
that,
familiar
yeah.
with ones that were done years and years and years ago, the projections. So, yes.
We did one a couple of years back, but we've really resisted raising rates since then.
No, I understand.
That's what I'm saying. We're trying to do fund balance. Can you put it on the next slide just so they have that to look at? Oh, wait. Okay.
It's the hidden slide.
Okay. I think it's in the handout.
Yeah,
just
it's in
so
the
you know.
handout.
So you may want to pull it up.
It's really tough to consider increases in rates when Castroville's kind of, for its size, there's only a handful of cities our size that own and operate all their own utilities. And in some ways it's unfair, but it's just the nature of the beast that in many cases our utilities are some of the highest around. So it's really difficult for me when we start talking about rate increases. But it's something that we need to look at to
I feel
maintain the level of
exactly the
services
same.
we do. Huh?
I feel exactly the same.
Okay, and so I know because I talked to others what some of the dependence on utilities are. And ours is not as great as others. It's more than some and less than others, but we're in that spot. You want to start down here? Yes, sir, Councilman Lee.
I'd be honored to do that. Came into office, Mayor, you kept saying we need to be open and transparent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are again kicking down this road the need we have for the money that the citizens decided in a vote to support the gas system to keep it for the city. When you have to start spending money out of your savings in order to pay your bill, that is not good business. This is a business, okay? It's a business.
Yes, sir.
And I wish you had the residential rate comparison like the original chart had, because I looked at the incremental versus the one time under the total bill over there. One was 67.81, one was 73.78. That's only a $5.97 difference, okay, between all those years. And if you do incremental, by the time you get to the last one of the increments, which you cannot commit next councils to, you're already going to be behind. You're going to have to raise it even more because another 3 or 4 years has gone by. Okay, so this figures they're not going to be any good then. And so, if you go buy gas for your car, Walmart doesn't say, you know what, we don't want you to have sticker shock. We're going to knock 50 cents off each gallon just so you don't have to deal with it. We need to let the citizens know what it costs for us to operate responsibly. Responsibly is you pass the cost on to the citizens and I'll just pull words out of my head. We don't try to pander to them to say, look how we're keeping the rates low for you. We need the money to operate the system responsibly without having to say, next year we've got to do this, and next year, hey, you raised my rates last year. You know what? Let's just do what we need to do to take care of it and not just keep worrying about, it's going to cost me a little more next time. Your groceries went up, your eggs went up, everything else went up. You really can't cut back on gas consumption for your house. You got to cook, you got to heat, you got to do your clothes or whatever it is. And so, my vote is let's do what is unpopular but necessary for us to be solvent in this department.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Murs?
I'm really in the same boat as Mr. Lee on this one.
Right?
Oh, it doesn't. You've already heard my opinion.
You just told me you want to stay with $16.
Well, on
I'm
the
sorry,
customer
excuse me, I'm
charge.
sorry.
But our gas rate is a very small portion, is 2/3 of what we need to actually maintain the system.
Okay.
And if we don't bring the money in to maintain the system, then you are borrowing from our children, from our neighbors' children, from our grandchildren. Some of you are already lucky enough to have those. I just got to cross fingers. Some of the people, there will certainly be people who have trouble paying the bills. And we've had a discussion about, we have put money aside for a program to help people who are having trouble paying their bills. And we've had discussions recently about increasing funding or changing the requirements to qualify for that. And I think that is absolutely a discussion we should have. But I think it would be wildly irresponsible to go on not bringing in the money we know we need to run the system, because we're still going to discover new difficulties with the system. Costs will increase, inflation will happen, and quite frankly, future councils may not, because none of us are guaranteed to be here in 2 years. Future councils may not stick to a scheduled rate increase, and we can't bind them to do it. So I think we need to adopt an increased rate. I had indicated a preference to see more on the energy charge. so that the people who are using the system more would pay more. But I'm very open to the one that's even split 50%. I think it's option 3 is a 50% increase on both. Option 2 or 3, I would feel is very would be appropriate.
I want to reiterate, these are not intended to be all the world of options. You all can come up with your own formula, and I think there are others to be considered. One of them would be to leave everything alone on residential inside, or to establish a senior rate. You can do that. And to make adjustments in the other categories, the residential out, the commercial out, the commercial, you could change those and leave residential alone. You could create a senior residential rate. I mean, there's
a lot of different.
There's a lot of different things you can do. Yeah.
Absolutely, you have the ability to set whatever rate works best for your system. Councilman King, did you have?
I defer to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll just quickly respond to what you said. I am open to discussing establishing a senior rate or changing which categories get hit more or less. But out of the options presented, I feel that option 2 or 3 would be far more responsible than option 1.
Okay. Councilman Marchman?
Do you have comments first?
I do.
Well, would you mind?
Sure.
I think we're ready to vote. That's why.
Okay. I personally would like to see the base charge the same and go up on the cost per use, per energy. Because contrary to, well, some people use a lot more gas than others. I have a gas furnace, I have a gas water heater, I have a gas stove. I will not do all electric. I did gas on intentionally, and I would always encourage people to do that. I think it's more efficient, but that's personal. And I cook, and I take a lot of hot stuff, but I use on average less than 1,000 units of gas because I manage it. So on the consumption side, but my minimum bill should cover fixed costs. My question comes to you is this, to you more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
We have a large expense as a startup.
Yes.
Is that large expense expected to carry through every year?
No, and we aren't planning on trying to recover that.
See, that's what I'm trying to get at.
We aren't. So that was a conversation we had.
So we have a bigger loss for next year, but it should stabilize.
Right. But unfortunately, the rates that are being proposed are like the 75% increase is what we're estimating it would take to recover just the ongoing uncovered ongoing operational costs, which we think is around $530. It's about $530,000 a year.
Sure.
That we have to cover. So that's where it comes from. And yeah, I really do feel pretty strongly about our rates and how high they are. This is one area where I have a little bit less sympathy or empathy simply because it went to a vote.
I understand.
And people had an opportunity, and we did tell them, and they didn't believe us. And we said, no, I'm telling you, it's going to be really expensive. Well, how expensive is it? Well, I don't know. I'm going to give you a number. I think it's 1.2 million. That's kind of, and there's going to be startup costs, and they didn't believe us.
But some of the notes I have, and I'd have to go back and pull them, I want to remember that the gas system was making like $200K on a positive side, but that's before everybody understood they weren't truly paying the full cost of operations.
Yeah.
So on paper, it was making money, but we weren't actually paying for the true cost of operations.
Oh yeah, you're right. And that's the other problem.
So
increasing a rate when you're making money.
To the public side, in defense of the vote, it was a money-making utility.
I mean, we only put it to a vote because we knew it was not going to be a money-making utility much longer.
Yeah.
But it was documented as that to what people see. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, anybody else have any other comments?
No.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the gas utility rate adjustment as presented under option 2, one-time rate increase.
And I'll second that.
What is that?
Option 2, where the customer charge remains the same, but it goes up to the 0.01855.
So I'm sorry, help me with the page.
This one right here, option 2.
So it's a one-time
increase
by 75%.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll second
Customer
that.
charge stays the same, one-time increase.
Okay. We have a motion to do a rate change on our option 2,
I
and
second.
we have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Because we don't have complete figures like we did in the book, on
Thank you.
this handout, I'm trying to understand what that means into the average total customer charge under option 2 versus 3, if you will.
You can, so the average, that's the thing. If you just do 1,000, right? 10, that's kind of, Mayor, that was a number you threw
Let's
out
just
there, right?
throw it out.
If you use 1,000, that's 10 units.
10
We
units.
we
yeah.
charge by 100 cubic feet, each
Right.
unit of 100 cubic feet.
Right.
So this would be the difference between 0.0106, which would be $10.
Right.
And 60 cents.
It'd go to $18.
And it would go to 18. So it'd almost double that portion of your bill. Now,
But your base stays the
the
same.
base stays the same.
$7.
So right now, your bill would go from $26
Got it.
to 30.
It's $7.95 increase.
Right, on
$8.
something like that. I mean,
So what makes the difference then between what option 2 was, because you're talking about a one-time rate increase, and option 3? What's the difference?
It's,
Well, it would
Where
be
you
a third.
split up the cost?
25%.
Yeah.
it's
Going
the,
down 3 years.
But
No.
No,
Option 3.
the option 3, the only difference is the recovery of revenue through the proportion of fixed charges versus variable charges.
Right. So that speaks to what David was saying is like, people don't, and I think what the mayor was saying, people have the ability to affect their gas consumption. When you add it to the base charge, you're charging everybody. It doesn't matter how much gas they use, and
Right.
you're going up by 50% on that base charge.
Yeah.
And I think that's why
that's why I would propose, and I appreciate that. The base is the same,
Right.
but go up on the per unit cost.
I still don't understand what that means bottom line wise.
well, that's
Without seeing a figure on a piece of paper.
for 1,000.
David,
I don't need to have it, so I can look at, make a comparison.
I can-
Where does that put us with option 2 as far as our overall needs?
So maybe I can put this pointedly. Were the two options balanced to produce the same amount of revenue in the projection? But it assumes that like consumer behavior won't.
Providing rounding error and
Yeah.
so they're
Okay.
identical.
I've got he's called the question, so I need to go to a vote. Okay?
Did that answer your question?
You need to have a vote.
I need to have a vote to call the vote.
I'm sorry, who called the question? So I can write it? Okay.
Marchman, Councilman Marchman. Okay, all in favor of moving to a vote?
Aye.
No.
That position, okay. Well, I have the 3-2, so we're gonna move to a vote on the motion. The motion is to go to option 2, which is, keeping the base rate at 16, the same on residential. Actually, would it keep the same on all of them?
So
Yes.
the idea, what you
On the
tell
next
us,
page.
but what option 2 reflects is
I just want
if the base
clarification
rate,
on
yeah,
that.
if the base rate stays the same, it stays the same for all of them.
Okay, the base rate stays the same when we go up per
And then the
unit
rate
cost.
increase is the same across all of them.
Per unit cost. Okay, that's the motion. That's the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, any opposed?
They,
Okay, motion carries 4-1. We're done.
I probably would have voted yea if I
So-
understood all the figures that I expected.
I want to pause real quick for a point of clarity and make sure we understand what the next steps are. So what you've done is given staff direction on what you want the rates to be. We now need to bring you a rate ordinance that would have an effective date, et cetera.
Yes.
Is that in there? All right.
Yeah.
So what the motion there needs to be a motion that says, or you need to amend your motion. And I apologize.
Actually, let's make a new motion. We're gonna do an ordinance establishing the rates to be charged for gas service provided by the city of Castroville, repealing ordinance number 2024-003, gas portion only, and all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herein, providing for severance and providing an effective date. The effective date would be December 1, 2025.
Yes.
Am I motion on that?
And that's
To
to
approve the ocean.
So
I just wanna make
basically, you're
sure.
amending or you're doing a new
Let's
motion.
do a new one just to pass the ordinance. We've said we're gonna do the option 2. Now let's just do a motion to pass the
So
ordinance.
moved.
Effective date.
So
Move.
moved.
Second, okay,
Second.
okay. Any discussion? Hearing none,
So,
all in
hang on.
Oh.
Yes. Can we quickly get clarity for him? Are option 2 and option 3 designed to produce the same amount of revenue at the bottom line?
total revenue to the city, they would be identical.
Identical.
Does that answer your question?
Some of it.
Okay.
But you have an order of business on the table.
Okay, that's all.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposition?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, and abstain. 4-4, one abstain. There's the ordinance. Make it happen. Effective December 1. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay? Let's move on to item B, discussion appropriate action on an ordinance adopting the FY 2025-2026 annual budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, and authorize expenditures as therein provided. All right. This is 12B. I'm going to start. I know there's questions on my left, on the far my left. I'm going to understand. I don't know if there's any questions on anyone else, but let's start. Mr. Martinez. Oh, let's start with Mr. Marchman.
I am going to pass since I was out. during that meeting.
You're going to pass out.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with Mr. King.
I'm passing for now.
Let's pass that. Okay, Brown. One. Mr. Mers.
I have one question. Does the budget as presented include revenue change or estimated revenue changes from some of the recommended fee schedule changes?
No.
No, they don't.
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Now,
This is the time to ask any questions at all on the budget.
Generally-
because fixing to.
Sorry, most of those fees are like I hate to say it, but like the majority of our revenue in the general fund is obviously it's sales tax and property tax. The other revenues is a very small fraction, and it's not saying they aren't meaningful, but it won't change by that much. So we did not try to figure out what y'all
Okay.
are gonna.
Well,
we didn't guess at what y'all were
I
gonna
asked
try and
because I
pass.
know that,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
example, the Parks Department, because
Yep.
of the RV park and the swimming pool, pays to a substantial degree pays its own way.
That's right.
And so I didn't know if those estimates had been changed or if the sort of.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have a lot of different input on fees, and there it's all over the board.
I have a question.
Did you want to start with that then? Since we got the golf ball rolling here, go ahead.
So what we just did,
Mhm.
theoretically,
Mhm.
right at the ship to the tune of $550,000.
No, but you're on the right track. That's why I was just having a conversation with Ramsey about, because you made it effective December 1st. Our budget goes into effect October 1st, but because it goes in December 1st, our highest usages are December, January, February, that time frame. Depends on the weather, right? If we get another snowvid and whatever. So he's going to give me his best estimate, but conservatively, what I would do is I would take the number that he used and I would multiply that by 0.75, by 2/3, to give you a round figure to plug in that we could reduce your use of fund balance by. I think, and he's going to give me those numbers. So that's what I was just asking him for, so that I could give you when we get to the enterprise budget, because this doesn't affect the general fund budget. But when we get to the enterprise budget, I could at least give you an idea of how that affects it, how it impacts it. But it'll obviously impact it very positively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have any other questions, Mr. Marchman?
No, sir,
Not right now.
not right now.
Okay. Ms. Martinez, are you ready?
I'll defer and let Bob Lee have a discussion first.
Councilman Lee?
I would not want to steal the thunder from the other end.
Oh, would you like, I'm still looking for the paperwork that I have.
They'll call the question. Don't worry.
No.
We're just on-
Apparently, I know. Yes.
General fund.
General fund.
Okay,
Oh, there's my comment.
it's in the budget.
Does this require this doesn't require a roll call, or does
Yeah,
it?
you can ask.
It does?
Yep.
Normally we do both roll call on budget.
Okay.
There will be a roll call, just for your awareness, there will be a roll call vote, both this and the tax rate,
Right.
general fund budget and the tax rate. So that means we'll call your name and you'll say yes, yay, or nay.
Yes.
I feel good.
I will say, Mayor,
Yes.
I'd asked the question of Mr. Dixon and yourself about the 250K for the streets,
Yes, sir.
because I was curious why it was not included in any kind of a line in this particular portion of the budget. Like when you went to the electric or whatever it was, it had an entry in there that we're going to spend some reserve monies or so forth, and it had that entry there. This one does not. It just shows it later when you get into the line item things. I just thought it would have been easier to understand had that 250 been plugged in up front.
Well, I'm getting mixed signals on the use of the 250. I've heard loud and clear the mayor preferred me not to show it at all in the budget because we may not even need it, right? But understand that the reason we keep putting it in the budget is not because we aren't hearing you. It's because from a generally accepted accounting principles and practices, we have to balance the budget. We have to show that we balanced it. Yeah, you have to balance it. So we do have to plug a number in. And where we put it in is, you can, if you want to illustrate it. So you're right. When you look under this, I think you're referring to like this top page, there's a transfers out. We could easily put a use of fund balance line just to clarify that there's a transfer in or a revenue item there. If you felt like that added clarity. I've stated before, I take to heart the messages that I hear about needing to add more clarity, giving people a greater transparency about how money is being used. So any suggestions like that have the support of the council, that's the only caveat I'll add, I am more than happy to do.
Okay. Mr. Lee, just hold on. Y'all hold on. I'm going to make some comments because here we go. Leroy, thank you for the notes. I don't know if they came from you or from Scott or from both of y'all, whatever the notes. I appreciate that. However, this weekend I was approached by several people that in some respects the notes added some confusion. And I was going to tell you a few of them, but I'll get to those. But I just want to make a comment. You're talking about the 250, and you just explained it. But let me go ahead and tell you what my first look at it, and I'm telling you based on what I'm being told. While my understanding was that we agreed to salary adjustments in the PD, got no problem. A new detective position, got no problem. And a 3% COLA for all other employees. The rest of the budget was to remain, in my understanding, relatively the same, other than the $250,000 of reserve funds for streets, if the revenues of the general fund did not support that expenditure. I want somebody to please help me understand where the rest of the increased general fund budget amount of $656,000 is and what it's for. I don't believe what I just stated as far as the PD adjustments, the new officer, and the 3% COLA equals $656,000. But the budget went up by that much.
It's not on.
I actually noted
That's the way I-
things that add up to 650.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm also, yeah, well, I will in just a second. I'm also unable to find an expense for and I'm just going to ask this one because maybe I don't understand how you do the accounting. The expense for the INS reserve funds.
Yeah, it's in a separate, it's not going to be in the general fund.
Okay,
INS.
so that INS part of the budget, part of the tax rate doesn't even hit the general fund, right? Okay, I just want to make sure it doesn't even hit the general fund, right?
Restate the question.
The INS portion of the property tax does not hit.
The INS assesses, that's a property tax.
Yes,
That's assessed that
so it,
goes directly to debt service.
Okay.
There's a debt service, it's a special fund.
okay,
And the debt service fund is where that money goes.
Got it.
Right now, the debt service fund has about $500,000. And that's something you heard Samco speak to briefly.
Okay.
Hey, you have a cash money over here, so if you didn't, we were talking about rates.
okay,
That's
okay. Just like I asked when we get to the utility stuff, and I guess that's a different one, but the new debt is about a $270,000 added to the debt service. So I just thought I'd ask. Add all that numbers together, and to me, I'm an accountant. It just looks like $900,000 increase in general fund expenditures. Please explain it. Now, when it comes to the notes and the comments I hear from people, and I'm going to reiterate this again. Okay? When you put a note and you're telling me that the funds are for things that do not fall under other budgets, to me, that's discretionary spending, and I don't want any discretionary spending in this budget. When you talk to me about part of those funds are for janitorial services, there's line items for janitorial services in the enterprise fund, make line items in the general fund. Break them out of just a pocket full of money to be used basically as discretionary. And that's in every department. Deborah was very clear, and I appreciate that, what you would use your monies for.
Oh,
And I got that, and I'm good with that. But to simply say, this includes janitorial services provided by Jenny King, ClearPoint Strategy, which I have no idea who it is, final year of their contract. I don't know what those are. If those are expenses, then they should be lined out and not grouped under just a grouping setting of funds.
well, now,
When they say this allocation provides funding for miscellaneous expenses that may arise throughout the year, people see that as a pocket of money to dip in for whatever they want to pick in. I'm only asking for descriptions, not details, descriptions on what it would be said for, and not something that might come up. So everywhere where it says something that might come up, I propose that come out of the budget. And when something comes up, it comes to city council.
so do you want, and
That's my opinion.
let me ask a question on Jana King, that is our janitorial service.
I know.
Are you wanting us to put out beside it maybe janitorial service?
You have line items in the enterprise fund for janitorial services. Why don't you have them in the general fund?
We should, Yeah. Yeah. yes.
Well, that's it. I think the confusion is, and
So I just thought I'd ask that.
I need to look at the
Would-
comment. I'll just be candid. You know, some of these comments.
And I've asked these.
Yeah, I know.
I've asked them.
I know.
Well, that was
Some
just
of
an
them have been
example.
generated, and they're getting to you quicker than I can go through and review them, right? And try to understand, because I think those are all valid concerns that I just wanted to share with you briefly in the same vein. It's not exactly what you're talking about, Mayor, but one of the areas that's similar to that was the special activities fund.
Right.
So I had my staff, primarily Patty and Beck, go through and look at all the special activities funds for this past year. And they wrote down, here's what's being expensed there. I know you just said, I don't want detail. I just want general.
I just want people, when people say, well, what's that $50,000 line item for? I just want a footnote that says, this is what falls in that category.
Right.
And not a statement that says something that might not be budgeted but comes up.
Right. And
So
I
I'm
agree
criticizing the statement.
And I agree with that. And what we talked about at the last budget workshop, just for all of the council, and I'm really kind of looking for consensus, is we're planning on putting together some kind of presentation for you all to look at as kind of like this, something you can look at and say, okay, is this the level of detail you're looking for?
Sure.
I said before, we don't have anything to hide. What I want to do is convey. So what we talked about was a chart of accounts at the last meeting.
Right.
And what that would do is exactly what you're saying. And I agree with you. If it says something like, whatever comes up, that's not acceptable.
And I'm not being ugly. It's just,
I get it.
There was a lot of work in a short period of time.
Yeah.
And I get it. But we need to a little bit more.
Yeah. So and I agree.
Okay.
We generally have uses that we can go back and say, well, this is what we spent it for the last 4 years. What are those categories? Let's define them and let's put them in a chart of accounts. And
right.
Say, these are the categories for that money. Anyway, okay.
I'm good. That's my general overall, and we move from there. Anybody else have any comments?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Back to the 550.
Oh, yeah.
And you were So let's just say whatever percent of that comes back. How do we, does that money come back under the purview of city council to?
Well, it goes to the enterprise. So what you're
Or
talking.
we can reallocate that ourselves, or what happens?
Well, the short of it is you have an enterprise fund now.
Right.
Generally, what we've been using that fund for is to use as grant match. But you did recently approve the purchase of generators out of that fund. It was about $250,000. So that's the type of thing. So yeah, the short answer is yes. Council has the discretion to spend your fund balances, however, is lawfully, okay for you to spend them on, right? Don't give yourself a bunch of bonuses, but you can go out and do things in the interest of the city. Yes. And that's what will happen is rather than that fund being depleted, and I think this is what Bob was talking about a second ago, like not spending down that money, and David, rather than that being depleted, if your revenues are covering your expenses, then that fund balance that's there is safe to be able to use for one time. And that's what you'll hear me talk about is generally that you should never be using fund balance for operational expenses. You should, for ongoing expenses. They should really be used for one-time expenses, and ideally for one-time expenses where you have a match, where you can tell your citizen or folks, hey, we're spending this money, but for every dollar we spend, we're getting 50 cents, or better yet, we're getting $1, or even better yet, like in the case of the airport, we're getting $9 for every dollar for those ramp grants.
Well, you were very clear on that when we talked before about, and I think when council said one-time purchases, so some of the things we went through there that we seen as long-term, no, we don't use.
And that's
operational.
Going back to the August 1st workshop where we miscommunicated somehow, and I went back and listened. I did portray it that way.
Sure.
So I know I said what I said, but it doesn't matter. What y'all walked away with was a misunderstanding. But bottom line, that is my recommendation. One-time expenses and then operational costs. So you saw at like the end of that August 1st meeting, I summarized where the changes would be to the budget, and it was all those operational expenses. It was increasing the pay. It was adding a person. We didn't use fund balance for those, and those would impact the budget. The other things that y'all discussed doing in that meeting, I took obviously inappropriately, I guess, or wrongly, but I took that as, okay, council's good with these. We're going to go do them because they're going to be spent out of the fund balance.
We're not going back
Right.
on that. That's
Right.
that's
We will get better.
for the comments.
We will get better.
Thank you. Mr. Murs, can you help me explain that? You said you knew where the 600.
Well,
sorry.
when I was reviewing this, I noted several items that add up to in excess of $650,000.
Okay.
The police department increased by $260,000.
Right.
In the top level summary here, streets increased by $190,000. Municipal court increased by $150,000, which we understand is largely offset by the revenue.
It is offset.
Okay.
And then animal services increased by 60. And if you add those
Roughly.
four categories up, you get a little over 650.
Okay.
Well,
and there are actually a number of departments that have decreased their spending for the next year.
Okay.
And I want to mention this because this added to, I think, trust issues between you and me, Mayor, and some misunderstanding. Because I understood, it wasn't until this last meeting we had where I understood where you're coming from. When you look at the positions that we had at the start of the year, and then the positions that got added mid-year, which were done with the knowledge of council. Like I let you know, hey, here's the changes we made in the PD. I mean, you saw Neil Quick. He's now where Terry was. Terry's now in animal services. We're going to see how that works out. Some of these changes may be somewhat temporary because we're going to find the right home for people. But bottom line, there were changes like Javier. I mean, y'all knew we were hiring Javier. I sent a memo to the council saying, hey, we're at a point where we really have to have someone. We went and recruited him. We gave you updates. You met him. But bottom line, when you looked at the budget, it looks like, well, wait a minute, that position didn't exist. And now I have 2 people in gas and I only approved 1. Well, that's because mid-year of this budget, there was a gas person added. That's Javier. And then y'all have approved an assistant for him. So from the approved budget, and that what was missing from what we provided you, we had provided you in the past and you have access to it. It's just in the charts we provided actuals, approved, proposed.
Yes.
What we needed to have done was that would have been more clear was actuals, approved, current, year to date.
That's what was missing.
Which you, again, y'all have access to, but it wasn't in the presentation. But year to date numbers And those year-to-date numbers would have clarified, oh, these are not, these are things that have already happened in this budget year. So.
And you and I had that conversation early on, says, here is what was approved, here's what's proposed. But that missing link was, and I remember
year-to-date
talking
stuff.
to you, says,
Yeah.
okay, everything next time, give us everything you have as if it was moving forward. Because when we talked about, there was a concern when we first came, a concern about we were doing away with positions. No, we're not doing away with positions, but you need to show everything you got.
Right.
And that's when the numbers
got messed up. Well, and I know we had a lot of
so
discussion.
it's okay. I
Yeah.
mean, but it's getting to that point was a little rough.
I understand. And next year, I pray to God we have a much smoother process.
Okay.
So.
All right. And I don't take offense. I'm just okay. All right.
Comments
Yes, sir.
on the left.
Yes, sir.
Two things. There seems to be a continued misunderstanding between the mayor and what I think is the rest of council on this $250,000 out of reserve. If I understood you correctly, and I did, you don't want to spend that $250 if the general fund doesn't generate. If the general fund does generate $250 and we don't have to use that, then we're good. We can leave that money alone. But you're talking at the end of the year.
Yes.
Okay. That is absolutely not what I think the rest of council understood. Because if we get in an agreement with the county, they're not going to wait till September 1 next year to do the work. And I also was under the understanding if we get some good information and some good prices on an overlay to do some crack seal and stuff, we're going to do it now.
And
we're going to do it now.
I think what I'm trying to, maybe I said it the wrong way. I'm not trying to suggest we delay anything, but I'm saying that at the end of the year, if our revenues are $250,000 more than what we need to run the budget as it is,
right,
then that 250 goes back into the reserves.
Well, and I think can I be clear?
We're spending out of reserve.
Just so you all know.
Have extra, it goes back in reserve.
Yes.
Well, just so you all know, no matter how you direct me, we're going to follow I'm just going to tell you, I'll resist some things. We're always going to follow the generally accepted accounting principles that tell us how to do this. So for your information, like at the end of the year, and I think your concern, Mayor, was I don't want you to, because I think you misunderstood what the process was. That's why I'm clarifying it now.
Sure.
What I understood you to say is I don't want you putting $250,000 over into this budget and then having the revenue, plenty of revenue to cover it, and then using that $250 for whatever you wanted to. That's what I understood.
Yes.
Which there is no risk of happening, because I want to be clear about that. We really strive to live within the budget that's been established. And when there's an exception, I make you aware, like, hey, this is an area. And most of the time that is council approved. Like I can go back and look at the last 4 years of budgets, and where the budget went over, we put it generally. And in fact, these are in presentations. We'll present when there's a budget amendment.
Sure.
Here is your adopted budget, the one you approved, and here are the amendments. And here are all the council actions that led to those amendments, right? So we give that to you, but to be clear, the 250 stays right where it was, right where it is, even with the generators. So y'all may have approved an expense. We'll go and buy those generators, but the enterprise fund doesn't transfer money from the fund balance to the operations. We simply it is constantly getting money in and money out. The fund balance is unchanged until it becomes necessary to change it.
Got it.
And that's when we report it at the end of the fiscal year.
I'm fine with
So we weren't, so the action, I think we understood, I think Mayor, me, and you were actually all on the same page. That streets action was going to happen. It's just how we paid for it.
I deal with government budgets.
Right.
I know how funds can get lost in the shuffle if you're not watching it.
Understood.
And that's all I want to do is just ensure that those funds go to what they're targeted for.
Understood.
Second question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I understand right now we have an obligation to Alsatian Oaks, and I've gotten an answer to my question. Where is that payment coming from? I know some came from a water deal, but to understand there's maybe a 380 agreement, impact fees are helping pay some of that. Initially it was an 80-20. They got 80, we got 20 of general of ad valorem tax money.
Not initially. I mean, Nothing's changed. The contract is the contract. Contract stipulates that they get a reimbursement of impact fees and of their property and sales taxes. Now, there's no sales taxes, right? Or very, very little. So they're getting primarily impact fees. That's the big, they've got like $1 million in impact fees that have been reimbursed, and then they get property tax.
But this budget reflects zero about any kind of payment out of property taxes back to Alsatian Oaks.
You're correct. I don't know if we've ever put that in the budget,
Well, that.
but maybe that's, I'm admitting.
Spending, but it doesn't show up.
Yeah, I'm admitting that that's an opportunity for us to create greater clarity. But I do want to clarify that the budget that you have, the proposed budget, already factors in that payment. Like, we only counted on our portion of the revenue for that. We don't
only our portion.
Yeah, we
is
don't
the
even
revenue.
consider that ours because we have an obligation to pay it. So we don't even show it coming into the city. Does that make sense?
Is that a TIRS over there?
No. Yes, it's a TIRS.
It's a
That's
TIRS.
the county TIRS number one.
So the
for-
TIRS, and just so you understand, and I may be wrong.
Yeah.
But the TIRS basically locks in a valuation for taxes, and
Right.
any improvements that are done that raises valuation gets reinvested back in that particular development or the TIRS.
Right, but by contract, he's correct.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. By contract, we agreed to pay them back,
Okay.
not out of the TIRS funds,
Okay.
because we're actually mingling two things.
Okay.
The TIRS,
Conceptually, in this
they're two
discussion,
different-
we're mingling.
yeah,
They're
we
two
can
different
use TIRS funds. The city and its TIRS board, which needs to be,
Sure.
can use those funds for improvements, or can use it to pay back the developer, accelerate. But right now, what the contract requires is that we pay back the value increases that the city receives, because the city is not a participant in that TIRS.
Okay. Got it.
My point, Mayor.
So we get to keep 20% of our increase, and we give 80% to them.
Money comes to us and we give it back out, but it's not reflected.
And you're correct, and
Okay.
that's something we can change.
Right. You don't see it. You don't
Right.
see an expense. So the full income should come in, and then it should be expensed out.
And we could do that. We could set up a due to, due from kind of thing. But again, the reason it's not in the budget is because it technically it doesn't belong to us. It goes.
Right, because it's a special earmark or
Yeah, I understand.
it's a special earmark or something that we create for each agreement. That way, that money goes in and it goes directly to the
So-
disbursement.
Yeah, I'll have to look. I'll be honest. I need to look at other cities and see how they reflect their 380 agreements in the budget. That'll be homework for us, and we'll bring that back, because if that's something the council, again, I'm hearing from Bob, but if that's something the council agrees they want to see, then we'll bring you some different ways to maybe show that.
That's just a small portion over the course of the years is the 380, right? Because that was for some infrastructure that had to be done, and they assisted us with that value of the infrastructure. 380 agreement.
That's all they get, though. What are you talking about?
Well, I went to every one of those briefings they gave and had the only person asking questions.
You need to use your mic. Sorry.
I gave it a different name. I call it Susie.
Okay.
Anyway,
We're not going to say that.
after my wife,
Susie.
is that the 380 money is impact fees, that kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
And that was used, we went into debt in order to help pay for some of that.
No.
Somebody had to pay for that
No,
infrastructure
he did
upgrade.
up front. That's the whole point of the 380. So
I understand.
one of the
help.
good things about the Alsatian Act, the good things about that agreement is the city was in a position, it did not have the money to support that development or put in the water system or any of that. So the developer, the agreement basically says to the developer, you're going to put this in at your risk. Whether you ever sell a single house, you're going to spend that money and you may never get it back. But if you get money, when that money comes to the city will agree to pay 80% of it back to you. But that is it's time bound. So it has a
Understand.
certain number of years, and it has a limit, right? Once you hit the cap of the total amount that's owed to them,
Yes,
you don't owe it anymore. You're
I
done.
understand. I'll be over 100 when that agreement runs out.
I think so.
I
Possibly.
just want to ask.
All right. I would like to see it reflected because it's money we
Yeah,
handle.
again, I think we need to make a note just of these suggestions, and at some point, Mayor, I just need to kind of have council direction and
Sure.
clarification that here's the things we want to see in the budget.
I would like to ask, and I don't know if this is appropriate time because we're talking the budget, the reserve funds that were sent out and what all is included in the restricted funds? You sent out a chart of reserve amounts?
Yeah, so restricted funds
Yes.
are going to show up. That's really a question for the auditor. So it's a great opportunity when we have our auditor to ask those types of questions. But a restricted funds consist of any funds that the city has restricted either by contract, by ordinance, by motion of the council
By law.
for specific use.
Right.
Right. So for instance, where you have earmarked the city hall funds for the interest.
Yeah, the restricted funds generally, the INS or like things with the police department, any forfeiture accounts and things like
Your
that.
parks special
those will be
projects fund.
set up. Everything else is internally set. The city sets. There's certain funds that are restricted by.
Well, like the court, they have certain funds.
Right, the court does. That's general fund stuff.
That's
the
correct.
INS, but the other stuff is self-imposed restricted.
That's correct. Yeah. So there's
Okay,
kind of
just wanted
several
to
different
ask that.
types. There's some that are restricted by government, by law, and there's
Okay.
some that are restricted by law, by ordinance, because that's still a law, and
Is-
some are self-imposed.
And I'm only asking this question: is the debt service fund? Normally, the debt service fund is enough to carry 1 year's worth of debt. We're fixing to add a $200 and some odd thousand worth of annual debt. Is that debt service fund enough?
Yeah.
Fund balance?
Yeah. The short
debt
answer
service
is
fund shows 571. Is that enough to cover an annual debt service requirements of the city?
no. Well, no, it's
No.
not. But the debt service
So
fund.
that'll be increased by
Well,
new tax
the
revenue?
debt service fund only represents the balance that's there, not the amount that you're going to collect throughout the year. So just like your revenue,
Sure.
your enterprise fund might have a fund balance. Yeah, we're fortunate we have a very large fund balance, but some
Right.
cities don't. They don't even have 40 days, right? So anyway, that is simply a representation of the cash money that's sitting in that account right now that hasn't been used.
The reason I keep asking this is,
Yeah.
and again, I'm not going to play accountant. I'm just basing numbers that I work with. That a lot of times the bond covenants require a certain level of INS.
That's
to
correct.
stay there at all times.
That's correct. And we
I'm
do have that
asking,
now.
is this enough to maintain
Yes.
an annual
Yeah, we
debt?
do meet. So that, yes. So the
That's-
reason that fund balance is there
Okay,
is because we are meeting our bond covenants. Very good.
I got to the.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
I was going to say that I'm open. I'm not opposed to Mr. Lee's request to see the Alsatian Oaks property sales tax revenue and expense added to the budget. I think it might confuse some people why there's a new payment to Alsatian Oaks appearing in the budget.
But we can go back and look at history. Like we won't.
Well, no,
Yeah,
like
we can kind of put in historical
I'm
data.
thinking of my neighbor who
Sure.
looks at the budget and they see that we've got. I don't actually know what the number is. I'll say,
It's a little over $1 million that they have been paid so far. About $1.5 million.
gosh,
That's been paid out of impact fees, so it's the difference.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know. But
someone's going to look at the budget and see, my gosh, they're paying $500,000 to
Right.
Alsatian Oaks, and that
Right.
wasn't in the budget last
right.
year. And
And again, I'm all
it really
for.
was in the budget.
It
last
was.
year,
It
but
just wasn't. It wasn't. With no disrespect to anybody, it wasn't fully disclosed, and we're just bringing it out in the light.
Right.
That's
Right.
all we are.
And again, I'm not
it
opposed
won't
to that
be
at
fun
all.
explaining that
No, but that's
to
what it
the
is.
30 people who
Sure.
consecutively come and ask.
No, but- no, excuse me. It wasn't listed as a line item in the budget.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't clear.
It wasn't clear.
Sure.
Let's say it that way.
That's fair.
Your my words matter.
But I don't feel strongly about whether to include it or not. So
Yes.
It's almost like your
I'm fine with that.
income needs to be
You'll
earmarked.
that's
Yeah.
because right now the
Or-
revenue and the expense are both not in.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I can understand what you're doing it, and it's because it washes and it.
Well, and the
you don't
impact
have to put
fees.
income source into your thing if you know that that's not really your money. So I can understand that.
Well, and
argument.
also understand last budget year, the amount was $7,000.
Well,
for the general fund.
we're just tracking.
Because there
money.
was no value that had been realized. This year, it's $152,000. So it is a number this year. Last year it wasn't. But the what he was saying is the impact fees, that's not even in your general fund. It doesn't show up.
Right.
Impact fee is a separate fund. It maintains its own balances. It can only be used. It's restricted.
Yep.
And in this case, it's being used some, not
Sure.
all,
No,
some, the portion that goes to Alsatian Oaks goes to Alsatian Oaks, but it doesn't reflect in there either. So that's another opportunity for us to say, okay, here's the inflows and outflows of the impact.
It provides more clarity to anybody
Sure.
wanting to know what everything is.
Yep.
That's it. Do y'all have any other questions you'd like to ask?
No, sir. You do? No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'd entertain a motion.
Yes.
This is for the general.
This is
fund.
going to be a by record vote when you vote.
So someone has to make a motion.
Yes, they do.
You want to make the motion or me?
It'd be this simple. I make a motion, we accept the general fund budget.
I think it's
You're adopting an ordinance.
this one.
It's going to be. It's got. I would like you to do the. What it says. I'm looking for a move to. I'm looking for a motion to adopt it. Okay.
And hear the
Hold on,
mayor.
hold on, hold on.
So what I gave you in front of you, you got two options. One is option A, which is based on the voter approval rate of the 5.982 that was proposed at the last meeting.
Okay.
The second option is 0.523, keeping the tax rate the same. I know we're not talking about tax rate.
You're going to talk about that next.
5.33 is going to generate a little bit less revenue, and it's in the ordinance. That's why I gave you two different options.
But the 5233 balances this budget.
Correct.
So this budget as presented is based on a 5233.
Correct.
Okay. So if you pass this budget as presented, then the next item on the tax would be theoretically, it could be. We're not. I'm looking for a motion for the budget. You're not bound to that, but I'm
For
just saying.
David and Bob, this is your opportunity to say, you know what, I want to add these expenditures to the budget, and I want to increase our tax rate to do it.
Okay.
I'm looking at the TV.
I'm not clear now again. We have not voted on the tax rate.
No,
yet.
sir, you're not. You're gonna vote on the budget first and then the tax rate.
Sounded like you were making an assumption if we approve the general fund as presented, then we're gonna stick with.
Here-
522.
Here's why. Because by law, you first adopt a budget, then the tax rate that you adopt is the tax rate necessary
To support the
to
budget.
support the budget. That's why Leroy, your director of finance, is saying, and clarifying for you all, hey, you're about to adopt a budget, and this budget, you haven't talked anything about additional expenditures, and the tax rate that is embedded in that budget is 0.5233. That's why he's letting you know. And that's why I'm telling the two of you, if you wanted to add expenditures, you wanted to increase the staff at library or whatever it was,
Or bring the streets.
the budget is the time
I'd
to
like
do
to
that.
make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that council
That's what we just do.
approves an ordinance adopting the FY 2025 through 2026 annual budget of the city of Castroville for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, and authorizing expenditures as therein provided. And this is option B with a tax rate of,
No, you're not gonna do the tax rate yet.
well, except otherwise they're
No.
identically
You're,
the
you're,
same.
you're proposing the
Okay.
budget as presented.
That's fine.
But he has
Proposing
to
the budget
specify
as
which
presented.
ordinance he wants to adopt.
Oh,
They have different tax.
Oh, I'm sorry, there are
Is
different
what they're
texts.
saying.
I know, but yeah.
Somewhere embedded in this, they're different language, but I don't know how to differentiate.
You can
between-
simply state the total amount of the general fund budget, the total amount of the proposed expenditure of the general fund budget. You could add that to your motion if you wanted to clarify that this is what we're adopting.
This is related to the tax rate,
Just say the general fund budget.
the general fund budget.
As presented.
Just
As
adopt the
presented.
budget.
Adopt the budget as presented.
Budget as presented.
Okay,
That's my motion.
looking for a second.
I'll second.
Motion made and second to adopt an ordinance adopting the annual budget of the general fund, city of Castroville as presented.
We do.
All in favor?
Wait,
Hold on.
discussion?
Well, and it's a roll call vote,
Okay, it's a roll call vote.
but
Okay,
you can have discussion.
okay,
Can we discuss this first?
sure.
Okay, I'm not in favor of the 5223
5233 budget number. I think we need to bring in more revenue, as I've expounded on over and over, about being upfront with what it is we need to operate properly. And so if you're telling me if we vote for this motion that's been made with ordinance number whatever, 5233, are we now locked into 5233? Or are you telling me we have to come up with additional line items in the budget that would make it equivalent to what, let's say we wanted to make it 55 or 5700 or something?
It is my understanding that you adopt a budget and then you adopt a tax rate to support that budget. The budget proposed carries with it a 5233 to support that budget. If you want to add more to the budget, it would increase that rate. But currently, the budget presented requires that tax rate.
At least that tax rate.
Yeah, right. If you wanted more expenses in the general fund, then you can increase the tax rate. But you just typically don't increase the tax
Well,
rate without expenditures.
I'm going to be candid
associated.
though. I mean, what Bob is asking is, can he, right? And
Okay.
this is where, again, I'm not an attorney, and I
Okay.
haven't, in the 14 years I've been doing this, I haven't ever run across this issue.
No.
Usually we have it anyway. So I believe, as far as the answer is, can you? I think you can. You can adopt whatever rate you want when it comes to the tax rate. I did explain to you why we do it in the order we do it, because it's basically how the law lays it out.
Right.
But I don't think you're prohibited from adopting a higher rate, even if you've adopted a budget, because essentially what you're going to do is you're going to have more revenue in that budget than you originally anticipated. And then you can decide later how you're going to spend that money. But that it's the way we've always operated is we state this is the budget and this is the tax rate necessary to support the budget. But the fact of the matter is, Mayor, even if they were to adopt a higher rate, when that ordinance goes into effect, the language doesn't change. They would say if you had enough votes, which I doubt you will, but if you had enough votes to adopt a higher rate, then the language of the ordinance is exactly the same. It just says this is the rate necessary to support the budget.
I understand, but for the record, as I've said before, for the record, as the mayor, I would not support a rate higher than the budget without identified expenditures.
Right. So, Bob, I think the answer to your question, not being an attorney, is that yes, you can adopt a higher rate after you adopt this budget.
Okay, well, I will say that this was not at all clear to me that this was the situation, because what was not clear to me is if we adopt the budget as presented, we could not have a tax rate that we never really got into in any depth about what.
Well,
else
I just
might
told
have
you.
to get to something. I know what you just told me.
Okay.
Okay, and so I would have to vote. I like what's in the budget right now, but there are other things. We could say, let's go to, we never discussed, well, we did discuss an overall figure. We went to 599, something like, what, 133,000 or something like that, which would save some of the precious money to the streets. But, there's plenty of other things we need to spend money on. But I'm not necessarily in favor of the max, but I'm in favor of more than what we need to have. And I don't really see a way to get there from here without having more figures laid out before us and, what line items we want to add funds to and all that. Is that true?
Well, that's your opinion. I can't speak to whether it's true or not, but
I was going to call the question, but David, I think
David
had a
wanted to
question.
make a comment.
I have a. So, reading the packet, my understanding was that to cover the budget and the budget as presented and the new debt we approved or have been approving, we needed substantially more than 5233 to cover it, because later in the packet it says the following tax rate is required to support the general fund fiscal year 2026 budget. And then it goes on for a few lines and then it has a sum and it says 5982.
If I could
I have
comment
to look
really
at what you're
quick,
looking at because there's some state mandated language in
the 5233 that was last year had a portion for O&M and a portion for INS. The INS went down because we paid debt off. So by issuing the new debt, it brought it back to what it was. So the new debt is covered in the 5233. Okay,
Correct, but it says.
All right. so we're good. We're ready to call a question. We have a motion
The current.
on the board, on the,
Based on that
I think David's trying to get an answer to
Okay.
his question.
okay.
is based
But
on.
did I say that
47
correctly, that the INS portion went down?
INS would be
We issuing new debt actually brought it back up to where it was.
larger years of six.
So no change in new debt. Okay, and the budget as presented.
Yeah, because in one of our briefings, here's one of the slides. It shows for 2025, 26.
Yep.
Keeping it at 5233, our INS would go down to 0.1218.
Yep.
And our M&O would go up 0.4015.
But by issuing new debt, it goes back in the balance what
Correct.
it was.
Correct.
Stays within that.
Correct.
Okay.
Did you get
No.
your question?
Mr. Dixon, did you get your?
Well, I think the question, this is a question for you, Leroy, on the backup documentation that's provided for the next item.
On the tax rate, is that really good?
On the tax rate. It's
Can we adopt the budget and then we can talk about the tax rate?
it's this.
That's the
page.
order you do it in, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
That's the order you do it. You
Well, let's
approve the budget,
What
you-
he
we have-
has a question about is right here. The language is provided
On
in
the
there.
tax-
excuse me, can we get past the budget, then we talk about the tax rate?
Well, I feel like, so I have a confusion that I think may be important for others, for
Okay.
everyone to have the same understanding of before we vote.
Okay,
This is the adoption of tax rate document here. At the bottom, it says, this is what's required to support the budget.
But aren't there two of these?
There's two different, this is the one approval rate, and the next one, option B, is the actual 5233 that.
there's two different,
Yeah,
there's two different ones.
ones in the
I didn't know
packet.
if you're-
Yeah, there's two different ones. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance approving the budget as presented.
We gotta do a roll call.
It's a roll call vote. District 1, Sheena.
Yes.
District 2, Councilman Marchman.
Yes.
Councilman King.
Yes.
Councilman Murs.
Nay.
Councilman Lee.
Nay.
Okay, it's a 3-2 vote. You have the roll call vote to adopt the ordinance, to adopt the budget as presented.
I think it has to be a super
I don't know
majority.
if that requires a supermajority.
Does it require one? Tell me.
Yes.
I mean,
Please look that up.
Text the attorney.
We should have the,
Are you, well, she's looking that up, David. If it might ask, why are you, because you got your answer to your question answered.
So in the next agenda items backup,
Right,
it says adoption of tax rate.
right.
And it said, on one page, it says that the no new revenue M&O rate is 47 cents. That's for option A, 5982. And on the other one, it says that the no new revenue M&O rate is 33 cents.
That's a property tax rate, not for the, that's what I thought.
And so
I didn't
I'm
want to
not-
speak
I
until I
don't-
looked it up, but the property
What?
tax requires a supermajority, the budget does not. But let's go back and try to answer the
the
question.
budget
So
does
I'm
not,
wait, wait.
confused how we
Can
can
we
have
ask
two
finish?
separate
Okay, hang
no
on.
new revenue
the
rates.
budget requires a
50%
simple majority.
Correct.
We have adopted
Requires
a budget. We're done with the budget. It's been adopted. It's a 3-2 vote. Now we move to item 12C, which is
The super majority.
to discuss and take action on an ordinance setting the 25 tax rate of blank, okay, for the tax rate. Now, this requires a 4 vote council to pass.
If you adopt a rate that is higher than the no new revenue tax rate, which neither of these are.
No,
So this is also a simple majority.
So this is also
Also a
simple
roll call
majority.
vote.
5982 isn't higher than no new revenue?
It's 60%.
okay. I'd entertain a motion on the tax rate.
I move
Hang
that
on.
the property tax rate
where are we at?
be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.5233.
Okay, Do you mind, it's an ordinance meeting, the ad valorem tax rate of the city of Castroville, Texas for tax year 25 at a rate of .5233 per $100 valuations on all taxable property within the corporate limits of the city of Castroville, specifying separate components of such rate for operations and maintenance and for debt service, providing for due and delinquent dates together with penalties and interest, providing for collection, repealing all other ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date. Do I have a second?
I second.
Motion made and second. Any discussions on the tax rate?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I just get some clarity on why the two motion options list different no new revenue M&O rates?
Well,
Feels like
remember-
that should be the same.
So the first option is a voter approval rate that
Mhm.
approved last month.
Mhm.
That actually has a separate agenda language. This is coming from the state that was produced by the tax office. Option B, which is a 5233, because it's lower than the no new revenue rate, you're not going to see that same motion. It'll be different. And so on that one in particular, the 523 simply just basically says, I move to approve the following tax rate of 5233, period, because it's lower than the no new revenue rate. Whereas option A, the VAR rate, is higher than that. So of course it's going to have a different motion. And so at that point in time, whenever we first talked about, Scott, that's my memory, during the first public hearing, we talked about the voter approval rate of 5982. That was like the max that you can go for voter approval. And we had said at that point in time, when it comes down to approve the actual tax rate, y'all can approve something below that if they wanted to. And the prior council had committed 5 years of keeping the same tax rate of 5233. This
Right.
is year 5. And that's why we try very hard to keep it at, okay, what can we do to keep it at 5233?
Yeah, but I think
I understand why we have two options here
Yeah.
and why they're different. I don't understand why they cite different numbers as being what's required for no new M&O revenue.
Let me take a stab
Can
at
you
that
try and explain that?
really quick.
Right.
Okay, the 5233, you have two components. You have the INS and you have the OMS.
Right.
When the city's tax rate came out for this year proposed, the city had debt that was paid off, so the INS rate went down. So as the INS rate went down to keep the same number, the O&M number went up. But when the city issued the $3.5 million new debt, it balanced it back out.
Mhm.
That's why you're seeing this 47 because
So I guess
it's
my
based
confusion
on-
is either way, that debt has already been issued by today when we're looking at both of these. So why
Help me,
are
Scott.
the INS rates different and why are the M&O no new revenue amounts different between these two?
The reason you issued the debt
I know why we
Wait,
issued
hang on. Prior to the taxes to get the INS rate up.
The simple, well, I think the simple fact is, so.
Gotta get a microphone.
Here, I got one.
Damn it.
Got it. What he's comparing, right, are these two numbers. When we could calculate the VAR, that came from, both these come from the tax office. We don't do this in-house. I've shared before, the complexity blows your mind. And Melissa, we owe her like a steak dinner over at the county. But
We're getting her a new bill.
yeah, well, no, that's the appraisal office. This
Oh,
is
this is the county
two different
clerk.
groups. Yeah. So, although I think, anyway, doesn't matter. When she calculated VAR, we had not issued our debt. So the mayor's right. That's why that number looks different. But the fact of the matter is we've issued it today. If you were to, it does not change the total number. It doesn't change it.
Shifts those numbers.
But it does shift them. So if you were to adopt that higher rate, you still would have to have an INS rate that would be sufficient. So you would not have an O&M of 47 cents. It wouldn't be 47. It would be 47 minus about a nickel, probably.
About 7
Right.
cents.
So 42. It should be closer to either 40 or 42.
Right.
But you're saying that
This is-
option B includes that debt in the INS portion.
And essentially, we're just using what was produced for us when we first asked for a VAR before the debt had been actually issued. It doesn't change. Your max amount is still your max amount. 0.5982 is the max amount you can adopt under either scenario.
0.5233.
The maximum amount that you can adopt
Is 0.5982.
Right. Because keep in mind, when y'all had to set that proposed tax rate, that was before we issued the debt, right? So we're utilizing the information. I mean, that's why you're kind of, it's a stamp in time. It doesn't seem to make sense, but it's a stamp in time from when you put that proposed rate.
I want to ask you one more question on that. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to ask you. The special session, did that get passed to
No.
limit? Okay, I didn't think so.
No, Betancourt's thing did not pass.
Okay,
Probably will next time.
because that would have really dropped our ability to go up
Yeah, she was going to limit it to 1%.
1%. Right. Okay,
All right.
just thought I'd ask.
Thank you for
Yes.
humoring me with my questions.
no.
I have a statement now.
You got Mr. Lee.
Okay. Back when we were having this discussion about kicking the can down the road again, I thought I'd seen plenty of nods that, we really need more money than the 5233, because that's why we're having to take money out of the other fund in order to fund against streets, because we don't have enough revenue. And so, if council is agreeable, we find a legitimate need to take some additional funds out of our reserves, our extra revenue that's not now reflected in the budget, then I would go along with the 5233. If we find some reason, even though we're not doing what I would hope we would do, and that is to increase the debt burden, the property tax burden somewhat, and the people would expect us to, come up with something that is reasonable, rational, and responsible. And I don't think we are, but, so if we find some other expenses we want, if we have no issue in taking, if it's justified, some additional money beyond the 250 that we put aside the streets out of our reserves, then I'll go along with 5233.
Mr. Burst.
Adopting the tax rate of 52.33 cents is adopting a tax rate that we know is too low to support ourselves in the long term. I do not think that is wise, and I do not support.
Is there any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the tax rate of 0.5233. All in favor?
Is this a roll call?
Aye.
This has to be a roll call also?
Yep.
Okay, Councilwoman Martinez,
Yes.
Councilman Marchman,
Yes.
Councilman King,
Yes.
Councilman Mers,
No.
Councilman Lee,
No.
okay?
Now we have a problem.
Now we
They don't,
No, we
because
don't.
you're
No.
adopting the 0.5.
This motion is carried because it's below the
Voter approval rate.
voter approval rate. So the motion is passed. We have a budget and we have a tax rate. Move to item number D. Item number D is discussion and take appropriate action on an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year. What did we do? 2025, 26 budget that would require raising more revenue for what property tax and what is that one?
It's
You want to explain this?
required.
This is just ratifying the vote.
It's ratifying the vote we just did?
Ratifying, the tax rate. That's
The ratifying the tax rate that they voted on?
correct.
I'm looking for a motion.
It's required.
Looking for a motion.
Right here.
Is this what we're, Leroy, this is it?
So-
Can I make a motion?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion, take appropriate action on ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget that will require more revenues from property taxes than in fiscal year 2024 through 2025 budget.
No, 2020. It's year,
24,
yeah,
25
it should be year 25 through 26.
No,
No.
it says
Oh,
that
it's
here.
24, 25?
No, that's correct.
Okay, it's correct. Okay, thank you. Motion made. Looking for a second.
A second.
Motion made and second to take action on ordinance ratifying the property tax increase or reflected in the fiscal year budget.
This is also, it looks like it's supposed to be.
Is this a roll call?
Yeah.
Councilwoman?
I have discussion.
Sure. Yes, sir.
While I do not agree with the outcome of the previous vote, I do agree that it was arrived at legally. This is how the process is supposed to work. We had disagreements. We voted. We got to an outcome. So.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
He said I concur.
Oh, okay. Roll call. Councilwoman Martinez,
Yes.
Councilman Marchman,
Yes.
Councilman King,
Yes.
Councilman Mers,
Aye.
Councilman Lee.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's go to item E, discussion and appropriate action on adopting comprehensive fee schedule ordinance. Personally, I don't, excuse me, I shouldn't say that, but as the mayor, I don't believe this is ready. I think I provided a lot of my comments. I think, Ms. Martinez provided some questions, and I think Mr. Lee did. And I'd really be interested in what everybody else's thoughts are, and this come back at the next council meeting for adoption.
Yeah, there's not a pressing thing to do it tonight. We would like to get the rate. I think it's the hangar rates that need to be adopted before the budget year. The rest of them aren't as pressing, but the airport rates, I think, are the only ones.
I think with the concerted effort from us all, we can be at a place where we can move forward with this at the next meeting. I would hope so.
I need to find a way to summarize, because I wasn't kidding earlier when I said y'all have disparate opinions on the fee
Sure,
schedule. You're
sure.
So I need to find a way to synthesize that and get it back to you. I think we did. There were questions asked. We answered those from
Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Lee, and Mayor. How do you want that presented for the next?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there anything we're missing right now?
As a suggestion, can you
I don't think
have-
so.
Where you have, just like you've done, where you had the existing one, and then you have the mayor's suggested,
Okay.
and
Anybody's suggestions all the way through in columns.
columnized.
And then we could just kind of like
Yeah.
going to the deli.
Great
We could
idea.
just pick and choose whichever and come up with a total. Sorry.
Great idea.
Change the rate schedule at any time.
Absolutely.
That's right. Now it does.
Take care of the airport issue and still come back next time with the adjustments on the other areas.
The beautiful part about this is, as a city
Would
council and
recommend
being a municipality, we could change rates every meeting if we wanted to.
Well, except that there are notifications. They don't go into
Right. No, I
effect
understand that.
until after
I
notification.
understand that. I understand that. But I'm saying,
Right.
so as needed by the city, we can make modifications. But also, we're hopeful we'll get some information back from Park Board on theirs and others, Airport Board, maybe some comments. I think
The
pretty,
airport board's gonna, that's what the mayor asked.
sir.
Airport board, what?
Looked at the fee schedule.
Well, we've got them. They were sent out.
The airport board discussed this, and they said they don't have a problem with the fee schedule. The problem is with the contracts, the leasing agreements. There's verbiage in there that contradicts.
Yeah, we need to change that.
That's what
The
needs
lease
to be
agreement.
fixed. They have no problem with
Got
the
it.
fee schedule. It's
Okay.
the correcting of the lease.
And that was
Yeah,
just
I don't want to be the highest guy in town, but it's what we
Yeah,
don't want to
no.
be giving it away either.
Yeah, no,
we
they,
just have to change the notice
Okay.
requirement. The
Okay.
60 days.
Yeah.
We got to remove that.
We can bring all that back. Okay?
But I want to. I don't think we got
Sure.
an answer just yet. Sorry.
Yes.
So for Leroy's and my benefit, what else is needed? What do you want back? We heard compare them side by side. I thought I heard Bob say I didn't get an answer to my questions.
He didn't? He didn't? Well, when you sent it back,
I'm trying to.
I sent it to you guys in a text message, I believe.
Text.
It was about the utility deposits.
yes, I seen
$50
that.
Fee and animal licensing.
Well, what I'd like you to do, I like Councilman King, what he said, is just a spreadsheet here is, here's what they are. Here's the suggestions by, there's 6 of us up here, anybody's got, and also at the same time, if staff has any suggestions on modifications, I'd be really interested to hear what your thoughts are.
Well, I think that's. I mean, ideally, when I say ideally, we've all these have gone through the directors. They've
Okay.
made the recommendations they've made.
Okay,
These should be cost recovery rates. We kind of had that conversation.
okay,
I think we'll take this opportunity to verify that over the next 2 weeks before the next council meeting.
that's all we want to look
We'll
at,
come back.
is that, okay,
So Mayor, at the next meeting, we're going to approve the enterprise budget as well as the airport budget.
we can do that too.
Well, and then
Yes.
of course the comprehensive fee schedule.
Yes,
So anything else that y'all Any from us before we? Any?
No, I don't believe, I don't believe so.
One comment.
Sir, yes, sir.
I think we need to be careful looking at fees because some things we're not going to be able to do recovery on.
I understand.
For instance, and we've
Copies.
gotten belted on this at the Historic Landmark Commission. Some people are coming there because the city requires them in certain neighborhoods that they have to come, even if. So as one lady said, to get her fence in there, she had to pay a fee to do that.
Sure.
And then next month, so I know somebody's suggestion was take it from $100 a month to $200.
That was
Right.
mine.
We won't be able to do that to
And
everything.
we're never
Right.
going to recover the cost it's costing the city to review each case because
Right.
we have to hire consultants. So some of those, we're just going to have to realize that we're going to have to take it in the short.
Well, library, library
agree. I
fees,
won't argue with
technology
you.
fees, some of those are set by the state, and I know that you're aware of that.
I just went through there really quick, says, well, because I live in that area too, and I dang sure don't want to pay $200 for a fence permit.
Yeah.
But for somebody to ask me about, but I was just trying to look at it all as covering costs.
Yeah.
But you got to balance that out.
On the library, some of our agreements with the Library Association, we
Yeah.
to be accredited, right? That's
I know.
part of the problem. To be accredited, we can't charge fees for a lot of
Well, I look at different things, and I'm going to look straight out here, and I'm going to say this, okay? You call me for whatever it's want. Okay, I don't think the city of Castroville. I'll look over this one, but I'm looking at you too. I don't think the city of Castroville, the taxpayers and the ratepayers of the city of Castroville, should be paying for services outside the city. I've made my point. Move on. And I can pick on different ones if I
Can you
wanted
give
to.
an example?
I'm honestly not.
I
sure.
don't
Yeah.
think our animal control officers should be dealing with animal control outside the city. I'm not saying they are, but I see the Facebook pages when we're adopting pets from way out or we're collecting from way out. We shouldn't have people in the county bringing their pets to us.
And you talk about
That's my opinion.
so in,
I'm just,
yeah. So basically, to accept a pet from someone who's outside the city is what you're saying we shouldn't do. But our animal control officers aren't going outside the city.
Well, I want to be
Just saying
clear.
They should request
We-
annexation.
I'm not saying they are.
Yeah,
I'm just
we-
trying to set fees.
Some of that stuff that you're seeing very possibly is we partner with all the agency the local
And I think
organizations,
you're doing a great job. I'm just trying to look
but
at
we
different
help
things. as a whole.
rehome their pets too.
I have an
So
adopted pet
that's where
too,
that's,
so
yeah.
I know.
But I'm just saying some of those organizations are outside our limits
Sure.
and they have pets and we help advertise those pets. For
And
them.
that's fine. I'm just
I hear what
using
you're
that as just a
All right.
broad
So
stroke.
we're done with this item, Mayor.
Yeah, we're done. Let's move on. Item F, discussion, take action on approving a proposed submitted by Pew Constructors Incorporated for design build master plan services. Mr. Dixon.
So this is, you kind of have a backup. It tells you the story. Back in May, you formed a committee. The committee consists of myself, Phil, and Houston. We have met with a few in FPC, and then we also met with, I can't even remember the name, Phil. The group, the engineering group.
McAllister.
Kinstry. And ultimately, you all approved FPC pending a contract for the initial portion where they would get to an estimate of probable cost for the project. We had an idea of what that might cost us. The proposal that came back was about half of what I thought we would be charged, and probably half again less than I thought they were going to ask. So about half of what I thought we would end up paying. But anyway, point is, it's a proposal for $46,000 to get us to that basically 60% design with an estimate of probable cost for a remodel of City Hall. Houston was out of town when this came through, but I know that we had talked prior, and the three of us about what would be an acceptable amount, and this was well below it. So I was pretty confident that you would be supportive of it. So we're coming back as our role as the committee to recommend council approve the contract. You've already authorized them or selected them as the design build, and then this is the first phase that you'd be approving. Now you won't be agreeing to any further construction. This only approves this portion. If we were to move forward with the project, that'll have to be under a separate contract, and we'll have to figure out how we're going to pay for it.
So I just want to clarify that. This is,
It also,
it's a council decision, I understand that, so bear with me what I'm going to say. This is to get us to the point that we're ready to go to the next phase when and if we decide to do that.
yeah, and it's to give us an idea of what it's going to cost, a
Okay.
realistic idea of what it's going to cost to do the project.
Okay? Will council, or if you've already had it, will council be able to have input or decision making in the floor plan that's designed for
Absolutely
this
not.
stuff?
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, there is. We went through it. We definitely went through it. I'll be honest. I played in that Powerball, and if I had won the money, I told people I'm gonna tell council I'm gonna redo this city hall, and I'm gonna do it at my expense, and I'm not gonna let them choose a thing. I'm gonna say, hey, it'll be free. It won't cost anything, but I'm doing. That's how much I want to see it
The
done.
only reason I'm asking this,
Put on the
please
tape.
don't take this the wrong
Right.
way, because I don't know what all's involved,
Right.
but I sat out here and
Yeah.
I heard the in some ways some frustration or on how the community building came at the end and the different things. And
Sure.
I just want to ensure that city council is involved from
Yeah,
the get-go, so there's no
There was scope. There was a change to the scope of that project
Right.
that
So I just
council
wanted-
was not aware of and should have been made aware of it in a timely
and
manner.
I don't want to relive that.
Yeah.
I just
So
want to
that's a
ensure
very
that
valid
doesn't
concern.
happen again.
No, this is part of this scope would be a meeting with council. Now,
Okay.
one of the reasons that again, I'm not reliving this either, but one of the reasons the UDO cost as much as it did and we went over was because there was scope creep on the amount
I
of
understand.
involvement with elected officials and the amount of open meetings we
Sure.
had. And that added to the cost. So I do want to be wary that while it does include, yes, absolutely, the answer is yes. There's only a limited amount of they're going to come and present to council. They're going to look for an answer. But if that drags on and drags on and drags on, they're going to say, well, okay, you've redesigned this 8 times. You need to pay us.
I've
Right?
been down that road many, many times with the city in the past, that the goalposts seem to change every meeting.
Right.
And so I would hope that we would come together fairly quick so we can put something
But yeah,
together.
part
If
of it
this is what council wants to do.
Can I make a motion?
Uh,
You have any other discussion?
Right, discussion comes after the motion.
all right, well, let's,
I make a motion to approve the proposal submitted by Pew Construction, Inc. for design build master plan services as stated in the September 9th, 2025 agenda report.
A second.
okay, motion made, second to move to approve the proposed submittal by Pew Construction Incorporated for design build master plan services. Discussion, Mr. Lee.
Okay, I touched on this before, and it's absolutely germane to this particular agenda item. And I'm going to read my points here. I believe and think you believe we need to retain this building for its importance to our shared history, which we continue to make. Think about the decisions made here years ago shape our actions this very night and into the future. One of the problems with living in a historical environment is we weigh many of our decisions that could possibly be viewed as impacting the historic building or character of that town. If I turn back the clock 100 years or so, they made decisions based on practical needs with no concern for preserving a building for future generations. I'm not recommending that, but we need to find a middle ground so we protect it, but we also can make decisions that are best for the community. Why the speech? We are tripling in size at a rapid rate, and all of our facilities are inadequate for the need, and we know it. So far, the action with money directly behind it is a complete renovation of this facility to continue using it as a city hall. Other desires are a new police station, new public works yard, expanded library, community building, and so forth. We already have had council meetings with overflow crowds in the customer service area and outside. Even if you double the size of this room, it will not accommodate the need that we are facing. Already inadequate now. Maintenance building, especially longer, it will be no larger nor have more parking. We have a suitable location in a historic area in the public works yard to build a new city hall and possibly include other additional city functions including possibly the police, community development, library, city engineer, code enforcement, et cetera. And building several smaller buildings. Locations also considered for public works are at non-aviation areas. We don't give adequate space for extending public work yard and facility, still give a back road to existing Castroville to 471 new development. At this point, we could still use a portable building location. I understand there's been some discussion or interest by ESD to have a facility a bit further to the east where their customer base is expanding. There is a good possibility they could also be housed in a non-aviation area, possibly next to Public Works as they are now. A good use for City Hall, but millions less and keep much of the current charm would be to put, per se, the police department, possibly with animal control and code enforcement, maybe court, and the entry costs now range between $300 and $400 a square foot. Assuming 400 at the worst, a 10,000 square foot building is $4 million. We've already approved $3.5 million for general fund projects and have additional monies in the general fund utility fund to minimize borrowing while still have ample funds for reserves. I believe it will not get less expensive to build, and if interest rates fall, we can refinance as the city has done in the past. We need to seriously think now before we vote if we want to put millions in City Hall. We know it will still have room and parking limitations now and for the future, or consider building a new larger building while retaining City Hall as an operational historic city facility serving Castroville. Speech over.
Okay. Is there other comments? Mr. Murphy, did you have?
No, sorry, there was a mosquito right
I'm
in front
sorry.
of my face.
Okay, Mr. King?
But
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said most of what I felt about this item last time it was on the agenda.
Okay, sir. Mr. King?
Yeah, again, I understand what Councilman Lee is saying, but this motion is to get us to the point where we can figure out what it's going to cost to renovate this building and add on to it. Because in my guesstimate, I think this is going to be cheaper than the options that he has proposed. Except we don't know until we know what this building is. So let's get this on the table. Let's get some real numbers that we can then make some really good decisions about.
Okay.
I concur.
Mr. Marchman?
I concur with.
Ms. Martinez?
I like his suggestion of one building. However, I need to see numbers in order to see which is more economically feasible. So the only way we're going to do that is get this plan. And it says right here that we already have the money earmarked by council for this project.
For the
Right here at the bottom.
planning services.
Yes.
Yes, which is what we're doing.
Yes. This amount will be paid from interest income previously earmarked by city council for this project, $46,000. So it's not like we're looking for money somewhere else. We've already earmarked this.
Okay. My comment on it, or this action, as I said before, I just want to confirm this one more time. This action develops a set of plans and conceptual estimates, basically what it would take to, whether we redid this for someone to occupy it or we did it for new offices, whatever. It's to get to proposed. It's in no way is a green light to construct. It's to get the plans together to move to the next phase when warranted.
That's
Agreed.
my understanding,
Correct.
yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve this. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. Thank you. No, you're doing a great job down there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on to item, What is the item?
13A.
13, City Administrator Report. Mr. City Administrator, he has them all listed. He has A, B, C, D, E, F, and then A again, so I guess we're
Well,
gonna
that
start
kind of
over.
was
I know what
because
that,
of this agenda
I know what that is.
process.
Mr. Administrator, everybody has your report. What I would ask, sir, if there's anything you want to highlight or just open it up to anybody who has any questions on what they have. That's your choice. I'm offering that to you.
Yeah, I want to highlight something that's not listed. So you
Okay.
can't really ask me about it, but I just want to give you an update. That would be the thing you referenced earlier, the BMA letter.
Yeah.
So there were a couple of things that
It's in here.
It's
I
the very
know it's
first-
in there.
Okay.
Is it on listed on the report
Yes.
though?
It's the very first item
Yeah.
on your
But
report.
it's not on the
Yes.
agenda.
No,
No, it's not on the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
Okay,
in your.
sorry.
Yeah, I know it's in my
Okay,
report.
okay.
I got it in there in time.
Okay, you can talk to it, but we just can't respond.
Yeah, keep in mind
It's a
we have to-
one-way communication.
we have to
too.
post the agenda
Right.
the
Yeah.
Wednesday before now.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So this came in time for the packet, but not in time for the agenda. So it's on the agenda. But the BMA canal, Helen and I have talked about it. I knew that I was aware that the BMA had concerns over the gate and some other issues. I had talked to various council members at various times about some of those concerns, but at no time had they ever indicated they were considering withdrawing our use of those trails. It appears that they may be willing to reconsider giving us access, but it will more than likely be dependent on fixing some things. So they want to see electrified gates that allow remote access in and out. That's a big thing for them. Anyway.
Okay,
So that's that. So just in the future, be aware. We are working on it. There are folks from parks that will probably get involved, and we'll work back channels,
Sure.
and we'll bring this to the extent that it may require council action or some kind of approval. I will bring it to your attention. The other thing that's not in my report, that's in my report but not on the agenda, was the violation letter. I think I made y'all aware of that, right? Was that in there?
the
The
notice
gas
of
violation. Yeah. So I want to be clear. It is. It was a concern when I saw it. When I saw it, I was like, "Holy!" But apparently, it's not as bad or scary as it sounds. They use this notification letter to let you know, "Hey, you didn't turn it in on time. You should have got this in." And we were already working on it. Both of our consultants, both Simon and TRC, we're working with staff to get the proper paperwork filed. We're not in risk of getting a fine. It will get in. It may already be filed as of today, actually. But that's what that letter is about. Well, apparently they just send those notices of potential
It gets your
violations.
attention,
Yeah.
Is it the gas system?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, it's the rates are the Railroad Commission that sent that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was on an RRC before, Rates and Resources Council, and
Okay.
every time I hear Railroad Commission, I
Got
do
it.
that. All right. As far as the other stuff, I don't have any additional comments, Mayor or Council. You have my report. If you have questions for me, I'm open to it. There's a lot of no changes. As you know, I was out on vacation and then I got COVID, so I really didn't make a lot of progress on some of the items. I know Phil and I had meetings,
Right.
the mayor and I had meetings that were scheduled that got canceled, so I will put those back on the calendar to try and get something done before the next meeting.
Does anybody have any questions on any of the items that were reported on, except for those two?
Well,
Or
I'm sorry. I'm also going to make this comment with just so you're aware. We do have some staffing challenges right now with streets. So I've mentioned before, we only have 3 guys. One of our guys, unfortunately, was injured, and so he's not able to work right now. And I don't want to get into that, but bottom line, he's not able to work. So we have basically Daniel is by himself right now. So and we are helping him out. I mean, other departments are stepping up to assist him where they can, but that is going to impact our timeline because he's one guy trying to get some stuff done. So just be aware of that.
Councilman Lee?
Did you say we could or could not ask questions about these items?
Not
You can ask
to-
about any of the items that are listed on the agenda.
So you can't ask about the trails or the gas violation.
That's correct. You can ask about
Okay.
anything.
Well, I was just curious about the Geneva Street drainage channel
You can ask about that.
because I understood the last time there was discussion about asking the property owner to the east, northeast, if you will, to move his fence so it could be moved all the way to the edge of the property. But it looks like your note says we will not remove trees or relocate the channel to the eastern edge in the direction that was received from council.
That's correct. So
And I-
both of those things are true. Council said, go ahead and have I think actually the mayor said, it's my opinion that fence doesn't need to be there. Council did not object to that. That statement was made. So staff perceived that to be the will of the council that fence. And I clarified, I'm
Right.
going to ask him to remove the fence.
Right.
But council we also stated we are not going to change the limits of the project. They would stay exactly as they are.
Right.
In part because, and I'll just tell you, Bob, I don't think there's going to be a need. I know there was some real concern because they saw the width of that channel. We're using a grader that is far larger. And I know Phil knows a lot more about this than anybody else because he as a kind of a consulting engineer for the city for free, I've had him sit in on different projects, and this is one of them. But bottom line is we're going to compact and build a road, and they're going to have what we had originally said, 12 to 14 feet. They're going to have that.
Good.
And as long as they have that, I think they're going to be happy.
I just
or at
want
least reasonably.
to make a comment about the fence, and just a general comment as whole. When the city becomes aware of an encroachment, the city needs to address it with the property owner. That's just a general statement. Anywhere.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
If we know that people have gates across their paper streets,
That's a different issue too, because the fact is, those we should already be addressing with we're preparing something to end vehicle traffic at the end of payments, and then that's a whole nother.
Well, I just know we're a historic town, and there's some historic properties that are questionable too. But that said, I have not reached out to Mr. Hancock to have his fence removed yet, but I had heard just the other day, I don't remember from who, that he's he's potentially selling that property. I don't know if that's true or not.
don't know. I know you heard that, but right now Bob's in rehab in Houston, and I wouldn't
send him a letter.
Let me qualify my comment. It's not hurting anything, but once we became aware of it, we need to do due diligence to try to get the encroachments corrected.
Right. So I have not, just let you know, I have not sent him a letter yet, but I will be sending him a letter very soon. Just to notify him of that.
Okay.
It's common too.
Mr. Lee, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Murs?
Nope.
Mr. King?
Nope.
Marshford? Mr. Martinez?
No, sir.
Okay, we got to talk about future agenda items?
Yes.
Do we want to, we had
Going back to executive.
possibility of returning to.
We're going
executive
to, but let's go to the future agenda items, and then we'll recess on the open meeting and reconvene in executive session.
That's correct. I do have two items for you, Mayor and Council,
Yes.
under future agenda items that I wanted to cover under business. So one is on Monday, the Parks Department is going to host a walkthrough of the community center building. So it'll be Monday at 9 a.m.
You going to rough it? Are they that far along?
Well, we had a request from a couple different people, one member of council and then a couple of others in the community to go walk through it. So they're going to host one at 9 a.m. on Monday. If that time doesn't work for you, just let me know.
Is construction far enough along where they can walk?
There's not a roof on it yet.
Okay, so you need a hard hat or safety issues?
If we clear the zone,
we're okay,
Yeah,
but it's a contractor's job site.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I'll double check that.
Just
If we need to have hard hats,
there is a roof on it. Is that what you said? There's no roof?
I was on a call today. I'll be honest. I need to drive out and look and see what the status is.
We were
I haven't
out
looked
there.
at it in a minute.
It's framed in.
It had the trusses up. Last time I was there, the truss is up, but
And I can tell you this, that is the cleanest work site I've ever
they're doing a
had.
very good job.
They sweep it every day.
Yeah. So
It's great.
I just want to respect their
I
job.
understand.
They control the site.
I get
It's
it.
their safety
Yeah.
requirements.
Yeah. So I'll make sure that one, they're aware, and two, that we take any safety precautions
Yeah,
that they
thank you.
require of
I
us.
just
We'll
want to
do
make
that.
sure.
Yeah.
We were out there last
Okay.
9 days ago, and the roofing material was not on, but like you would not have been able to see the sky from
Right.
outside.
Right.
It's
So-
dried in.
It's dried in. So that's 9 a.m. on Monday. I will, if you would, please let me or Deborah know if you're going to be there. Deborah would need to post a notice of possible quorum if you think you're going to be there. But if you have any interest in going, even if that time doesn't work, just let me know. And
I'm going to be there.
Would that be the 15th?
15.
Okay.
Yeah, Monday.
I'm unavailable.
I'll sneak in there on my own time.
No, ma'am.
No,
At your own risk.
District
I
5,
ain't going to New
with their
Orleans.
cooperation.
I cannot attend. that time.
Okay, so we won't have a quorum because Miss Sheena said she's.
Yeah, I
not
can't be
able to
there
go.
either.
All right. The other item I wanted to bring to your attention was we were discussing calendaring, Deborah and I. Typically, for I guess 18 years since she's been here, the council has always canceled the second meetings in November and December, but we don't. We wait until council takes that action. So that we're coming up on that time frame when y'all need to be thinking about that. The other thing we realized as we were looking at November, your first meeting in November falls on Veterans Day. So we're not having
That's
a
a
meeting.
holiday.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
it
not
probably don't
having a
happen on
meeting
that
on the
either.
11th. So you need to figure out, Mayor, if you want to try and reschedule that. Really, the only time to reschedule that would be for the following week, because a week prior, due to notifications and agendas, we wouldn't have time to post and get, like, that wouldn't work. Because you'd literally have a meeting like we're having tonight, and then we'd have to post the agenda for the next meeting the next day. Right?
Unless we don't have a meeting in November.
So, and that's an option. You can just not have
I
meetings in
would,
November.
I would
Ed.
not recommend that.
That'd be nice.
I know.
But,
so
but
I
my,
suspect.
my question to you on that, Deborah, because it would be, even though the 11th is a holiday, if it was another day besides the 11th, for example, the 12th or whatever,
I'm sorry,
it
I
would
ain't
be
never-
classified as a special meeting.
It's still
because
special.
It'd be a special because it would move from the
That's
regular
correct.
day.
So you'd have to have 4 people there.
I'm sorry, I don't have a calendar one in here.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know where-
I'm looking at,
You wanna look
we'll
and see.
talk about it as we go, but even if we moved it to the third week, I think we gotta have at least one meeting.
If we moved to the 18th, which would be,
Yeah.
like you're saying, it's
Right.
it's the in-between dates. and
Right.
cancel the other.
I would push for that, but that we could put on an agenda to approve. And then you
Well,
want,
and I'll
you
check,
don't-
because otherwise it's normally,
Check.
I want to say.
you don't want a second December meeting, heck, it would be on the
Planning and zoning
23rd.
has a meeting then, but a lot of times they
HLC.
don't, or HLC.
Yes.
Sometimes they
No
don't
thanks.
during November, so.
Yeah.
I'm sure we could let them know
Fine,
ahead
these
of
are
time.
$50 or whatever.
It would be on the 23rd in December,
What are we talking about?
the second meeting in December. We sure we don't
You
want
go
to.
right ahead and let Santa come see you.
I don't think that'll work with my work schedule.
I'm counting the hours at that time.
All in favor of stoning the mayor, say aye.
In a red suit.
So you're,
I'll be
okay,
here.
time out. Let's go back to November for a
We'll
second.
work
Are
on
you
that.
looking at more like a special call?
Probably
maybe
the
on November?
18th, something
Okay.
like that. It's possibly, depending on what you, just check on that, would you please?
Question for you, but is Tuesday the actual holiday or is it?
Yes.
Monday?
Yes.
No, it's Tuesday.
It's
It
Tuesday.
November,
falls on the day.
November.
November 11th,
11th,
that
11th.
never changes.
11,
because it's 11, 11,
Like 4th of
11.
July, January, Christmas, they fall on the day.
Unless for some reason you want to
May I
have it
ask
on
you
a
a
Monday,
question, sir?
the Monday, the day before,
Okay. The Monday before,
the 10th.
yeah, well,
That
I
day.
think that might be tougher too, because some folks might want to chase that to a 4-day weekend. Anyway,
Okay.
my question to you, it's more just whatever,
Mhm.
the community building, what exactly is the official name? Is it just a community building, community?
It is the community center at Regional Park, but that is something that has been bantied around, is potentially changing the name of that building to honor one of your local residents.
Regional Park Community.
The community center at Regional Park.
Community Center at.
The
That's what
Delavan
staff.
Community
That's
Center.
not official. That's just what staff's been calling it. That's what we kind of.
Well, I'm kind of looking at what we're calling it because I have somebody asking me.
Yeah. So that's something I don't know how you want to. If we wanted to do it as a honorarium and a surprise, it'd be very difficult for the council to do it because you have to do it as action.
Yeah.
As council action.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I make a motion to,
Surprise, and I think
Okay.
everybody in town knows.
We have a surprise special call meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, surprise.
Okay.
Surprise.
Okay.
It's every 2 hours.
Does anybody else have anything else?
but of
I
course,
know.
No, sir.
We'll go from there. If you do have,
Sorry.
Yes.
did we get a
Yeah.
date
yes,
for
sir.
November? Or are we going to worry about that later?
I had mentioned this
Yes, sir.
at the last meeting, but I'm just mentioning it again.
Yes, sir.
I plan to bring an item discussing traffic and some of our traffic problems
Yes, sir.
in District 4 at our next meeting.
Okay.
So
remove the streets.
We can fix that.
don't tempt me, Bob. Don't
Right.
tempt me.
I have an agenda item also.
Wait, wow, I think you said he had something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would like, anybody home? I would like I would like staff to draft an ordinance removing the police security requirement out of Chapter 18 aviation of the city.
But but I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah,
it.
that
We've
really
already
needs to
made
be
it.
a future agenda item. So,
Well,
but
that's
but
right,
not for
a
us to
future
draft
agenda.
the ordinance, for you to put on the council
Well,
agenda
okay.
to say, should we draft an ordinance?
That's fine. I would like us to discuss from having that ordinance rescinded.
Okay.
So put that on the agenda.
Okay.
Good.
I got one thing I just thought of. Go ahead, Deborah. You had something
No,
before I did.
there's a couple things on in my box. One of them is y'all on the next meeting, we'll look at, the appraisal board, I think has some openings or has an opening that would be brought back because they emailed it.
Is our appointment up? The person we have?
I
believe
is
she
up?
is.
Anyway, I think maybe, but that'll be put on there for y'all to either possibly
Right.
agree
'Cause
on
I've
that or
talked
she
to her
wants.
about that too.
That's on there, and then I do have an application from someone that would like to be on the library right now, and there might be one other thing, but I cannot remember. But just to let you know, you'll have that on there.
We're gonna put that on there. That's Mr. Marchman put that on there.
Huh.
And that did,
HLC.
because we wanted to keep with this meeting with the budgets and the taxes and whatever. He'd asked at the last board at the last council meeting to put on the agenda to change the HLC from 7 to 5 members.
Changing the date also to June.
And putting it back for the renewal positions back to the same as others.
Memberships.
Right.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
So-
My question, at the last city council meeting, we had a lady come that lives near Lions Park and told us that she was told that her street isn't,
Vienna Street.
yeah, but it wasn't a viable street or whatever. Can we find out why the city would tell her that? And
I don't know who she spoke to, and
yeah, but
we can. I mean, really, it comes down to, do you want to pave it or not? Whether it doesn't matter what someone told her or what someone told her, but it's really is that a project that we want to add to? Do you want us to come up with a project to take care of that?
Yeah.
It's like a paper street.
For years, it was a paper street until houses were built on it.
Okay. I'm just, because there is a lot of traffic that goes down that
Right.
road and everything
Right.
with the soccer.
I know we've
field.
made just in the 4 years I've been here, we've made improvements to that roadway, but not great. I mean, we've subtly done things in
Right.
response to different things, ponding water and what have
Well,
you. So
Okay.
If you wanted to, I mean, I don't want to get involved in the
No.
conversation,
Yeah.
but that Vienna Street between Constantinople and goes to Athens, right next to the well.
Mhm.
It's straight on through. It's 2 blocks. It's what
Okay. I was just
something-
asking.
It's one to look at.
well, that's
Okay.
what I said earlier.
Anything else?
No, I don't. I need to.
Okay, no, we're going to be done. It's 9.
We're recessing.
We're recessing.
We're only
I
recessing.
know.
We're not going out of we're not adjourned.
No, I was going to say it's 9 p.m.
And you're gonna read out.
We're going to recess.
Yes.
It's 9 p.m. We're going to recess the open meeting and go back into executive session to convene in closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, for one or more of the following authorized reasons pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the following public officers and employees, city administrator, Mr. Scott Dixon. And it is 9:01, 9 p.m. Thank you.
Sorry, just the way you said it, it sounded like you were fixing to adjourn.
No, okay, I'm sorry. No, I was gonna
No, it's okay.
recess us and move on.
It's okay. I'm leaving that in here. I'll come back.
Okay.
There's sandwiches in there, please. We
All
grab
right.
them.
I've eaten them.
Bring your chair back in there, Mr. Lee.
Need help, Deborah?
No, sir.
If not, this won't take long.
I probably would have voted for some of these things had I a better understanding.
Yes, please lock the door.
Is anybody in here?
Too late.
I'll be going out that door.
Come back in here and adjourn the meeting. Yes, we do. I had to pass my bedtime here.
Well, my feelings are kind of hurt, Bruce. I didn't know we were disagreeing on something.
There you go. It's public.
Did you?
Are we live?
We've been live this whole time. But now you can, if you've got a quorum here, yes, you can
An
do
ordinance in 1996.
adjourn or reconvene.
Okay,
You have to reconvene.
what do I need to do?
Reconvene in open session.
All right,
At what time?
we're going to reconvene the meeting in open session at 10:18 p.m. And I just want to make a statement that we're going to reconvene. The next item on the agenda, real quick, is consider possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. I don't believe there was any action to be taken. There was no decisions and no actions done in executive session, and there's no actions coming out of executive session. Okay, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
What
Meeting
time?
adjourned at 10:19 p.m.
Hey, I am a little upset that David Schmer's name is fancier.
You know what? I'm